Good evening, everybody. Welcome to week 4 of the Oceanic Champions League. My name is Formal, and soon to be joining me, we've got some lovely casters in Mercury and Weapon as we get ready to determine who is going to be those 4 teams making the cut, making it to the playoffs in Group A. 2 best of 2s coming right around the corner, so let's get ourselves right into the thick of it. I want to talk to my boys about some of these upcoming series coming up. Mercury, going to you first, man. You're suited for the occasion. You know this one is important. Tell me, what does it mean for these players in this bizarre draft league to make a top 4 appearance?
If I may, this is a very formal occasion for these teams, right? Fighting for playoffs contention here. Perth Sailing Club and Cap, they are neck and neck, literally 6-6 so far. Winner of this will pretty much lock outside of some tiebreaker situations here. The loser goes home, so everything on the line for these series.
Yeah, absolutely. Please, go on.
I was just going to say, with the bracket coming up, I'm going to take a look at the standings weapon. You probably know a bit more about this than I do. I see these team names. I don't fully recognize them. I know the acronym says CAP for one of them. That gets me excited. But, like, who has been the standout teams here?
Skull Bullet, hands down. I got to say, I cast them last week. Got to see them going up against the Dream Team, who are still the team that's sitting at the top of the table, I believe, although I feel like that should have changed given what we saw from them last week, but I guess not. But Skull Bullet looked dominant against the Dream Team, and Braddles in particular in that mid lane was an absolute standout performer, going from a player who I think I personally always sort of a kind of a bit player to being one of the star players in this particular league.
I also don't mean to cut you off too much there, but those standings, I think, are not quite up to date. They're still not quite up to date. Yeah. That's okay. That's right. Some quick amendments, though. If you go on the website, you can check it out. Because the important thing about the standings coming into today, top 4 obviously make playoffs, and there is a tie currently between the Chinese agricultural product. That one's correct. They are 6-6, but so too is that Perth Sailing Club. And they're each tied in that spot, trying to punch their way through. And the reason why that is so important, it's because who's playing today. And I mean that quite literally. The team who's playing today, they're going up against Cap. And if they win out, if they actually win both their games here, Mercury, they can still force a three-way tiebreaker, and I believe they can still get into the playoffs.
I think there is a chance, yeah, especially if Skull Bullet is able to do it as well. We are in uncharted territory here, and this team, look at the names on them: Poltron, Despas. The entire roster here is Oceanic royalty at this point. They can absolutely still make a run for it. It would be incredible to see a three-way tie. I don't know if they can. I mean, we've seen them stumble before. I cast them earlier in this tournament when they did, in fact, stumble. So we'll have to see how, or rather hosted when they did, but we'll have to see if they can actually bring it back in this series. They have the names to do so. My eyes, though, I do want Perth Sailing Club to go through. Shout out to WA. It's the best state in the country, but maybe they can do it. We'll have to see.
Like I look at these players, and it's weird that they're so low in the standings, right? Because you've got someone like Poltron, who's considered to be one of the best minds in OC League of Legends. But the thing I really take away from a lot of the games that I've watched throughout this tournament is they look like a team that's really out of sorts, and a lot of it probably is down to like the weird role swaps and such. Like Poltron's probably not unfamiliar with support, but shot calling an entire team from that position, they just look like the pieces aren't gelling together. Poltron's often going ahead of the team, then everyone's filing in afterwards, and it's all kind of just a bit desynced. So Chinese agricultural product, as much as I don't really have a lot of familiarity with this team outside of Prey and Sussy and that top side of the map, there is a chance that they could actually get to do it today against some very big names that actually clinch those spots in playoffs.
I mean, all what Cap has to do is win one game, right? Like, that's all what they have to do. And if we get an updated look at our bracket right now, they're in. But I still, as you guys were talking about, when you look at the loyalty, when you look at who's actually sitting on who's playing today, I want to believe in that upset run. And Weapon, especially when you said before, Team Skull Bullet, they look possibly to be the best team in the group. I know they're in second, but Perth Sailing Club, that's who they're going up against right now. So there's a very real world. They finished 6-8. If who's playing today sweeps, they finished 6-8. And then Chudlings, who still need to win a game that could clinch themselves. So, I mean, they could just sit back and let everyone else eat their own. Today feels like a special day. It feels like a day of upsets.
Yeah, it always ends up being fun on the last day of these types of tournaments, right? Especially when you've got such a harsh cutoff point. You never know what's going to happen. There's potential tiebreakers tomorrow. So, it's going to be a lot of fun to see where it all shakes out.
It will be for sure, as I do believe we are getting ever closer to our initial pick and ban phase. And for an oldie like me, who's been kind of paying more attention maybe to League of Legends Classic than perhaps the more modern game, I'm going to stick with you, Weapon, on this one. Power priority picks in this upcoming series as we get ready for the draft. Where are we going to be looking?
It's always going to be the attention on those mage bot laners, especially with such veteran players in the server. We expect that a lot of focus will be given to those things like the Ziggs and the Mel, because I know you haven't been following League of Legends at current retail, if you will, as closely, but basically what has happened is that the ability for supports to get more catch-up experience has really slingshotted them into these like hard roaming roles where we'll see them actually interact with the top and the jungle at level 1 sometimes, and then leaving these sort of AP carry bot laners in the bot lane to just kind of wave clear and just play like a very passive lane, and potentially even just 1v2 if they're against a traditional AD carry support pairing. So it's a very different looking League of Legends.
Yeah, that seems perfect, though, to put a player then like Poltron in that support role, does it not, Mercury? That's more reason why this upset should happen.
Yeah, I mean, talk about Poltron, one of the great creative minds of our region. This meta really is the Wild West. I think he's the perfect person to try and tame it, right? Because you see the mages bot, and then you see the evolution of that, which is tanks played into the assassins played into the mages bot, and then you see tanks played into the assassins, and then you play hyper carries into the tanks, and it just goes full circle. This is a man who can bring this team together, who can really formalize a game plan to get them off the ground and potentially make their way to playoffs. It's been a rough journey for them, but potentially they can do it.
Why are they 4-8? Like, that's what I have to come back to, because I'm hyping them up. But why are they 4-8? Why hasn't it been working? And I feel that's something this team is going to have to figure it out when we do get into the draft. And I promise you, all right, we're getting it together. We're piecing it there. We should be cutting to it soon. But knowing how much that bot lane might have priority, Weapon. When we talked about, Cap on the other side, your focus was on the top side of the map. And does that mean the meta doesn't favor them, or are they just going to approach the game differently?
So it's actually the opposite. So one of the things that the role quests that came in at the start of the season really changed a lot for League of Legends. One was that support role quest, which means that the supports have access to experience they didn't have before. But the other one was that the top laners now have access to also more experience. You're able to just print experience. So now a winning top side means more because you get that role quest unlocked faster. You get to basically dominate your matchup. There is no one who can match you on the other side because that mid laner is always going to be 2 levels behind you. So you just kind of get to always have control of the side lanes, always have priority. That leads to the plays where you are pairing up with these things like that Camille support that we've been seeing a lot, where you're making those collapsing plays into the enemy jungle. So it's kind of the reason why we're seeing the game played out this way. And yeah, you could be right. Poltron could be the guy to make that happen.
We'll see how it plays out. Now, we still got a few minutes before we do get into this one, and I do want to turn some attention, and I know you guys probably weren't prepared for this, so apologies now. Group B. And what has been happening in Group B? Because all my prep, all of a sudden, both our games today is Group A. I'm looking at Group B. They also kind of were in a bit of a dramatic run. I believe what we're looking at right now, QAQ and the Hungry Hippos tied in that position for that 4th spot. Have you been able to cover it much, Mercury? Are there any favorites that have been stepping up on that half of the bracket?
I'm not going to lie. I haven't had the chance to look too far into the Group B just because of how much wackiness and how busy this month has been in esports in general. But I mean, looking at some of the names on these teams as well, Forever Blessed has Asta in the top lane, I believe. But yeah, QAQ and Hungry Hippos both tied at 8-6. Forever Blessed isn't even confirmed, I don't think, yet for playoffs. I think there's still some world potentially where they can get eliminated. This is like Weapon said, this is the best part of the regular season, is when all bets are off, right? And it is, you never know who is actually going to make it out in this situation, and I can't wait to see. But I think Group A definitely, I'm going to call it right here. I think Group A is where the champion of this tournament is going to come from. This is a pit of intense competition from probably, arguably the top 6 teams in this group.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a hot take. I don't know.
No, I don't know, man. I'm looking at it and it's just like, yeah, Group A seems to have been the stacked group, which does make me kind of wonder, when we were drafting these teams, how that all fell on that side. And what's fun about draft leagues is we can also reevaluate draft picks. Mm-hmm. So, Weapon, from what we've seen from this tournament right now, I want you to go into the series and have a think. Who would have been that top pick? Who realistically would have been the one to watch out for? But I say it's homework because I believe we are getting ready to jump into our draft. So without further ado, I'm going to leave it to you guys. You know what you're talking about. I'm just here to learn as psych. Surprise quiz, actually, Weapon. I want to know who you're picking first.
Okay, who would I pick first? I mean, obviously, I've sung the places of Braddles. That's who I'm going to point out for the second series. For the first one, I mean, it's actually kind of interesting because one thing that will happen a lot with these teams when you're going into a draft league like this, you're probably familiar with this coming from Rocket League, it happens all the time, you just pick who you're friends with. And that actually makes a really big difference because I think the one thing that we see a lot in these draft tournaments is teams will tilt harder than they would if they had an organized team because you're not playing with your friends, you don't have that sort of camaraderie, you don't have that ability to sort of pick each other up, and it can really mean that things get blown out early. So if I'm assuming Poltron's shoes, that's probably the reason why he's just picked up Foreigner, right?
Yep.
Yeah, pretty simple.
Yeah. Mercury, any thoughts? Who would you be taking?
No, there's so many. I know so many of these people from the LCO days as well, even going all the way back. So I don't want to pick anyone over anyone else, but someone who has really stood out to me, especially this year in terms of how much they've improved. What?
I'm sorry. In a draft league, you don't want to pick anyone over anyone else.
No, you gotta pick someone. Come on.
Yeah, that's not how draft leagues work.
I'm a neutral party. I'm Switzerland here, but if I had to choose someone, it would be Bulldog.
All right, well, I'm choosing you as my first opponent if we're ever coaching in a draft league. That's what that tells me right there.
Yeah.
No, but
Bulldog
for real,
will
if
just bring the good vibes.
if
what I
we do
want.
have some time, I will actually just continue to sing the praises of Brattles.
Go,
I
go,
think
go,
I will.
go.
Yeah.
He would be my number one pick based on what I've seen with this player. Absolute superstar in that mid lane. The other one you'd probably want to have in mind would be Halo. We've got fake Halo, we've got real Halo in this tournament. We'll be seeing fake Halo later on, but real Halo is playing in Group B, and that's a player that we've seen on his return to competitive be just indomitable in lane on very hard meta picks. There's the Group B graphic. There we go.
Oh, there we go. We have a Group B bracket. There it is. So, yeah, what we were talking about before, by the way, in case you missed it, QAQ, Hungry Hippos, each tied 8 and 6. Forever Blessed, a little bit ahead, but realistically, if they lose their series, I can't tell you who they're against, but it would all fall apart for them, and that would be a bad time. Nobody would want to be there. So, Group B, again, very much up in the air, and not to mention Lamb of God and Chef's Choice fighting for that #1 seed, which I'm going to be real. Looking at how strong the #4 seed is going to be over in Group A, I don't know if I want to be that #1 seed or the #2. I don't want to be any seed in Group B right now.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, go
oh,
on.
you go.
No, I was going to fully agree because, yeah, coming out of the top of that group, I mean, I'm looking at this these Group B rosters, and I think outside of maybe Team Cabot, where are they're at the bottom? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, why are they there?
They went 1 and 13.
Again, it's probably just because of tilt. But I'm just not really seeing anyone who's really been able to put together the firepower of what has really been put together in Group A. So, yeah, fully agree. I think the statement you made earlier, Mercury, that our winner is going to come from Group A, prophetic.
I think it could be an all Group A semifinals, and maybe this is just B slander. That's what this is.
Maybe.
We're doing
Yeah,
Group A matches
true.
today. We've all only have experience with the Group A. This has just turned into, I guess, the B slander podcast. It's why we're delaying the draft. All right, it's because we just need to dump on Group B some more.
Where is Styx's team sitting? I'm really curious now because I think we can slip into podcast territory. And
5 and 9 in games, 7th in Group B. Yep.
This is crazy. Like, what is going on? We're coming in late in the game, but these are some great players who just aren't living up to the standards.
Well, Styx is also a sub on the team, so he might
Yeah,
not have
Freon's
gotten
playing.
the full time.
Yeah, but you got Spirit, Masessa, Soli. This is an incredible roster. This is a roster you would see just even without the draft format.
Yeah.
It'd be worth noted too that I believe we are at the stage right now where we have a game ban, like a ban being in play, or loss of ban, I should say. I don't know. We're not banning players yet. We're getting close to it. But Foreigner has missed out on a team's ban. That might affect things when we get into the match. But as we get closer, I want to jump actually into predictions. I think we can make this prediction segment last because we all seem to believe in the upset, which I was not expecting right now in the who's playing versus Cap. I mean, I've already said I'm kind of believing in the upset for who's actually playing. I think they're going to take it, but I'm curious if one of you thinks that, nah, that's Cap. They're the real team going through.
Merc, what do you got?
Oh, I want to put my faith in who's playing today because I've just seen over the years, and especially this year, just what Poltron has been able to do. But that being said, I think Perth Sailing Club are going to make it through. And that might push them down.
Do you think Perth Sailing Club is going to beat Team Skull Bullet?
Yeah,
I think
this match.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I think this match is going to be who's playing today. I think they're going to take.
Wow. Okay.
I think they're going to take it. I'm not sure if it's going to be 2-1. 2-0. But they're going to at least take a game. Yeah, they would have to.
It has to be 2-0.
They would have to 2-0 to make it. I'm going to put my faith in them. They better not disappoint me. Poltron, Foreigner. I'm keeping my eye out for you.
Well, I mean, they're already missed out on a ban,
this.
so that could affect things.
It's all part of the strategy. It's all part of the grander strategy here from the absolute genius mind that is Poltron. Trust me.
I mean, it depends on what side they're on, because sometimes losing a ban is kind of fake. It's a fake disadvantage because it means the other side doesn't get one, or you don't get one. So there's only going to be 5 bans in the game. So I don't know, with a lot of high priority mage picks in the meta, could actually be a bit of a difference maker. For me, I'm probably actually going to lean towards WPT just because of the caliber of the players. But I will say, I will put the caveat on this. I don't have any tape on Cap at all.
Yeah.
Besides the fact that I do recognize Prey and Sassy, I've seen them before in tournaments. I think Prey might have actually played in QUT. That sounds familiar. But, like, I don't really know what these players bring. All I can tell you is that they're sitting in the middle of the pack, so they are going to be at least competitive with WPT. If WPT play up to their level, then it's not going to be close. But so far they have been.
All right. Another caveat. All right, we're throwing another curveball into the mix now. Forget the one ban that they missed out on. We're upping that to 3.
Oh, God.
Do you still believe they are going to be winning 2-0 and getting through now that we know they are missing 3 bans?
I assume side selection has to have been swapped, right? Like, it doesn't matter what the initial plan was. Cap are probably on blue side because that actually gives them the advantage. I mean, yeah, no, that gives them the advantage.
So we're switching sides. We're going to Cap now.
It's tough.
I mean, 3 bans is just 3 bans is rough.
Brutal.
It's rough.
He needs to get in front of his computer and set up his goofy camera angle like nice and quick.
True.
Who knows
That'll save him. They'll save him.
Will they just forfeit?
I think so. We might need to get Zookeeper on the cast. He might be able to save us.
We're not getting a forfeit. I can guarantee you we're not getting a forfeit. We will be getting a game. It's just going to be a 3-ban situation.
Okay.
However,
I think
look,
bans aren't the be-all end-all. Let's be honest. They aren't the be-all end-all. Maybe this is me just huffing on the copium, right? I don't think it's a be-all end-all to lose some bans here. It's rough, especially in this meta where so many picks are just, first picked or instantly banned every single time. I think who's playing today could definitely still take it though.
I mean, the thing about bans, right, is that it just gives you options. Like, there's a reason we see these sort of pivot bans in competitive where you take away things like the Nocturne, because that denies both Oriana and Aurora at the same time. So you're just going to have so much open heading into this game 1. And is that going to carry on to game 2? I'd love to know if that's the ruling as well, because if it is, that's going to be that's lights out.
Yeah, it very well could be a tough ask for a team that needs to win both games. And when you look at the standings too, it's not just, who's playing today that's going to suffer for this. Perth Sailing Club as well, needing a situation where they not only have a tough matchup, but they kind of need Cap to lose out. This is hurting 2 teams at the same time, which is something to take a note of as we are still getting ready to go. As soon as, again, I don't want to name names, foreigner, but as soon as they get in that lobby, I believe we are going to be going pretty much straight to draft. So we're just kind of waiting for all of that to be finalized. But this is a bad day for WA in Perth. It's a rough day for who's playing today. It really feels like only the Chinese agricultural product has been winning on this pre-show. I am curious, Twitch chat. I am looking over at you, Zookeeper. You specifically, who's actually winning this game? We can't have you on camera yet, as far as I'm aware. I don't really know.
We actually can't allow that. I think it's for the best. Sorry,
I need to know who he thinks is going to win.
Terms of service will get us for that.
Yeah.
But if I slip him my address,
I've already finished my tea.
I
was like, I'm going to sit this throughout the game.
All I'm saying is the door's open. You
never
know who's going to walk in the open door here. But I'm curious who Twitch chat, who you guys think is going to win this game, and go ahead and make your arguments, and we can tell you why you're right or wrong.
We'll debate them live on
podcast. Yep.
We will pick the opposite opinion of you, no matter what you say. League related.
But Mercury, I'm trying to read you, all right? I'm trying to read you. First, you said, I'm neutral. Everybody's a winner. I want everyone to know it on my team. But
I'll switch up anytime.
If you have an opinion, I'm going to smack you down.
I will switch up anytime.
He's a very contentious man, this Mercury.
Yeah.
Hard to lock down, actually.
All right, well, Zookeeper said the fans are going to win. So now you have to argue against that. Tell me why the fans are not going to win, Mercury.
Well,
the fans are not going to win because there's not going to be any games. That's why the fans aren't going to win.
I don't want to hear it. In fact, you're already wrong because the draft is about to start. I have just gotten word.
Let's go.
Mercury is wrong. The fans are right.
Yep.
Let's go into the draft. Let's get this final week of the group stages underway here in the OCL.
Here we go. Game 1 draft finally here and ready to go. I can't wait to get into it. No bans, obviously, for the side of who's playing today. So we're just running out the timer there. Already the Fury, though, going to be off the table. I mean, pretty expected. It's one of those power picks at the moment.
Yeah, and that's another one of those pivot picks, right? Where you take away things like or pivot bans rather, where you take away the Neferi, you then deny the ability to play things like the Oriana. So it's a good ban because it does just take away those two options. You still obviously have the option to play things like the Nocturne alongside it, but less bans means that might just end up being what we look for as one of those kind of power combos. But we'll see what the first pick is going to be. Where are we at in these bans? It's actually the pick.
Ooh,
Yep.
okay.
All right.
First pick is going to be that Kiana. Very interesting. Usually you wait to see what the enemy team composition is developing into before you pick someone as high risk, high reward as that assassin. But in the hands of Ayameru, maybe can do some work.
Yeah, it is something we've been seeing rise in priority in drafts across most competitive leagues. And the reason for that, I think, is because your supports are so much more active. So this kind of early skirmishing assassin, Kiana, really is able to get unlocked just that little bit sooner. So it really does pay to have someone who can be snowballed around in that jungle position. Would not be surprised if we don't see the Camille actually taken away here. The other options being, of course, your hard engage options like the Nautilus could be paired alongside it. Doesn't roam quite as well, but is still the option there, potentially. And Silas locked away we've had discussions around whether that's going to be a Silas support across multiple leagues. Haven't really seen it materialize, but we'll keep the option in mind.
Anything is possible at this point. I've fully come under the assumption that no matter what, any pick can go in any role in this meta. It truly is the Wild West. We'll have to see what this final pick of the first round is for Stellar here. A lot of options at their disposal if they just go for their carries in this first round. On the other side of things, Cap has a very brawler sort of, just go into your face immediately and try and prevent you from doing anything composition. It will be that Galio. So assuming that this is the Silas mid, it hasn't been confirmed just yet. Could, like you mentioned, be that Silas support, but a good pick to counter that. And as the Ezreal going to be locked in here for Huang.
So why would you've just counterpicked yourself on the side of Huang into the Kai'Sa, literally the counterpick, especially with the Galio. Of course, Galio is going to have a hard time locking down Ezreal through that Arcane Shift, but if you do lock him down with a bit of CC, Kai'Sa dies in, as does the Kiana, and you get blown up pretty quickly, because both of them, especially the Kiana, has unmissable crowd control with EQ, with the Water Blade. So difficult position to play in Ezreal, of course, was going to be difficult with the picks that you're seeing. But we are going through the ban sets, that Camille taken away, and I was going to say that alongside the Galio makes a whole lot of sense. Ornn is interesting and maybe indicates that despite how deep we are into this draft, Sassy may actually be looking at a Jace in the top side.
Well, Jace has been banned away, so unless we can time travel back,
yeah, unfortunately that will not happen.
Yeah, no longer in Arcane. We can't do that at this point. I believe Bard was that final ban for the side of who's playing today. It will be the Rel going to be locked in. So that takes the Silas support off the table. It takes the Maokai support off the table. It gives him even more tools to just get on top of Despas's face here and just make this Kai'Sa's day an absolute misery. So we see these final picks come on through here. They're leaving the top lane counter pick Cap for Sassy. So we'll have to see how that ends up going. A lot of options still on the table. They haven't locked support, so it could be something to pair with that. Obviously in the past we've seen engaged supports Leona, Alistar could work somewhat here, but you don't really want to pick Alistar into the Silas. So what is the option here as they are running things down? It will be the Seraphine going to be locked in here.
I was going to say, Alistar would make a lot of sense into the Rel specifically, and it would give you another avenue to get onto the Ezreal, but they're looking to kind of slow play this one, which does make sense when you've got a frontline built in the Galio already. Keeping in mind the Galio could potentially go top depending on the matchup, but it's probably going to be that mid lane matchup, and I expected probably some sort of just bog standard bruiser here. Anything that can get on top of that Ezreal, help you get that target locked down without giving away too much tools to the Silas. So, I mean, Renekton maybe diving in from a flank, something like a...
maybe Mbessa?
Yeah, Mbessa, Zahen. Mbessa just feels so unreliable right now and really does need that crowd control to set her up. Okay, yeah, so that's a Galio top, I guess. Unless does that get locked in? Yeah, okay.
No. Is Poltron cooking?
I don't know.
No, it's not Twitch. It's not Twitch.
The draft graphic is just
It's Aatrox we are hearing,
Aatrox.
going to be locked in here. Okay, so
Okay.
another one of those champions that can just dive in.
Yeah.
One of those ultimates that, is not detrimental if Silas gets a hold of it, all things considered. So don't worry about your eyes. They are lying in this case. It is not the Twitch available there. As it looks like we have our final in a moment. The final pick into that. Obviously, there's a few options, right? You could go the Gnar, maybe. Zehen is an option. You got a few choices.
We don't get any choices, apparently.
Oh,
Okay, so Aatrox... Oh, and the Twitch is locked in. Right.
oh, so it is a Twitch.
Okay, so it's Galio top.
Oh,
Which
Twitch
isn't-
jungle?
I-
No,
No, because it's Kiana jungle.
could be Kiana
Surely.
mid.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on here.
Oh, okay. We are hearing Twitch support.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay. Poltron is going for a Twitch support. AP Twitch does a surprising amount of damage, I will say, but it's been a while since I've seen a Twitch support. He was hiding, it seems. Hail of Blades can proc that pretty fast. We'll have to see. I'm not going to discount it just yet.
We spent the entire pre-show talking up Poltron and how he's going to have that impact, be that carrying force, back against the wall. You need to win both your games. Why not Twitch support weapon? Why not bust out the big gun?
Why not? I mean, okay. Q is a stealth. It is one of the best attack speed steroids in the game early on, and supports roam. That's kind of just the meta right now. So why not pick basically the AD carry that is kind of known most for roaming outside of the Quinn, not really an AD carry, and then just show up somewhere and help that laner kill someone. I don't mind it.
It's not terrible.
Yeah.
But
It's
why
just
not
unorthodox,
something like
which-
Pike?
Yeah, and that's the other question, right?
Yeah.
Like, why this pick? I would probably imagine a lot of it just comes down to the fact that Poltron is role swapped and is just playing stuff that he's comfortable with, maybe, but surely he can play Pike. Like,
I don't
Pike-
remember Poltron being a Twitch player, though.
Or
Did I miss that,
prioritizing the
Mercury? Did that
Camille,
happen while I've been gone?
Pike isn't.
No.
I will be a devil's advocate here. Pike doesn't feel that great into the Rel, into the Silas as well. So, I mean, Twitch, you don't have a whole lot of escape if that Silas is going to jump on you. But in terms of affecting those early lanes, which is something that we talked about, is going to be a priority. You've got that, Hail of Blades plus the AP damage over time on the passive plus Ignite can do a serious chunk of damage. Like what we've seen from Camille support recently, where you can just walk into the enemy jungle and just half health them. There is a method to this madness, I think.
Well, that method, it's going to have to come together. Again, the stakes for guess who's playing, whoever's playing, we don't even know. We didn't even know who was going what lane. But the point is the stakes for this blue side have never been higher. If they lose, mathematically, they are eliminated. But if Poltron and this Twitch support can pull off a win against the Chinese agricultural product, if they think they are capping, then maybe, just maybe, they can find a way into that playoff. So we're going to send ourselves on to Summoner's Rift for game number 1. It's going to be a fun one. Must win for the blue side. Weapon, Mercury, take us in.
Thank you once again, Max. We're here. We're finally here into game number 1, and there it is. It is the Twitch support. It is the Hail of Blades. Kai'Sa top. Okay.
All right. Yeah,
I mean,
we're getting weird with it.
fulfills a similar role to the Varus, although obviously the Varus uses the Hex Plate and the tankiness a bit better. As already.
Stella's caught. He's going to
Clearing
get
some vision. It's not terrible damage, but again, with the early minions coming in, it's going to be a bit more difficult for this Galio to play this lane. It is first strike on this Kai'Sa as well, so we're just throwing everything out of the window at this point.
Yeah, it does kind of make sense, I guess. I think Ayamaru generally is an AD carry player, if I'm remembering correctly. Here's Poltron on the roam.
Yep.
He's going to get a single auto attack. Onto
That's
Ruin.
exactly what you can do. At this point, you can just threaten. You can just threaten and do that pretty much on repeat here. You do a significant amount of damage, especially in the early game when people don't expect how much the burn can really do over time. And it just allows Despas to really, Depash rather, to get some levels, get some money in the pocket. And this, I mean, AP Seraphine is a bit of a threat. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, she does hit like a bit of a truck, and it does, at this stage, Ezreal is going to have the push because the Essence Flux gives him just so much additional attack speed, so he will have the push priority at this stage. That's the reason why we see Ezreal as one of those answers to the mage bots, because he is able to sit back and throw those mystic shots, get the extra attack speed, but the levels will come in for Tapashi, and that's when you start to see Ruin just pinned under their tower. Actually, there are 2 Ruins in this game. Which one is real? I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to see as I spot a little tree here hiding in the enclave in the bush down here in the bot lane, the alcove. I don't know why I said enclave. My words today. They're getting a little bit jumbled up. Yeah. I've never actually played Fallout.
Really?
Yeah, I know. A little bit of a shock. That's one of oh, hang on. Is he going to go back and do it again?
Stella has 3. But yeah, Ruin can just do that.
And just look at like the range of that stealth as well, you know.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem with this pick, is that it's not necessarily one of those hard roaming like a Camille, which is able to just show up in a lane and hookshot in, gets this done. Once you hit level 6, you're able to use the Hextech Ultimatum to lock someone down, and then all the damage gets thrown into that circle. You're a Twitch with Hail of Blades and level 2 at this stage, so you do get to be annoying, but I think Sassy just kind of doesn't care.
Oh, depends on how this goes. It is Poltron picking up that camp as well, so just making this jungler's life an absolute nuisance here, and this is exactly what you want from your, in essence, second jungler here from Poltron, fulfilling his dream at this point. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, you can take the boy out of the jungle.
Yeah. This is... Oh, he actually manages to land at the long range. An Uzi fan living up to the mentor. The idol. His legacy finally coming through. And there's first blood going over the way of Cap.
Yeah, really nicely played. Just was able to play this lane out nice and slowly. Just get those short trades, get the pokes with the Qs. Teleport going to come in, but Poltron, I don't think he gets to do anything. You E away. Or you E in.
Here on the way soon. Big chunk of damage on towards Stella. Forces the flash. Poltron might be in trouble. The crash down. He's only level 2. That's the danger here. You can't do anything. And the Kingslayer takes his life. There's another kill. These carries, especially with that Dark Seal, beginning to take the lead.
Room was already doing fine in this matchup, and Stella probably just needed to go a little bit earlier for that trade to actually try and to even consider working out, but unfortunately it just was not going to happen. Ayamaru
pulled back in, but Void Seeker.
You kind of expect this is the way this lane is going to go for the most part. Ayamaru is just going to be pushing waves, and if Edward / I can't remember the other name, is going to get any sort of damage back, then the trade will look good, but then it will just be back to being pushed in. That's right, it's Prey. So has the teleport, is going to be able to reset here. Poltron's being annoying up in the top side, but that is not going to mean a whole lot in the scope of things. We'll see if he actually does find some impact. He has a long sword in inventory, I just want to point out. So whatever he's doing...
And the Dark Seal, yeah.
Yeah, he's cooking. He's cooking something.
Maybe it's like a Gunblade first. I think that might be the play, right? Gunblade paired with the Blood Song.
I think that is not the play. I think that is potentially what he could do. Flash drawn out.
I'll have to see. Missing that taunt, at least for now. Good flash away from Huang. Buys them a bit of room as I believe
we don't get to see anything.
Yes, time
we
seems
hold
to have
our
stopped
breath
here on the wrist.
We're waiting with bated breath. Okay, break down the moment.
Ooh,
okay, we got it back.
Alright, Sassy, getting out of the way of this as Clit is continuing to pressure in this lane. Poltron nearby. There's the ultimate going to be taken away. Supreme display of talent. Does get the double stun, and it's sent right back, and there's another one for you. World Ender might not even be needed here. Heroic entrance going to be used to make a bit of an exit, but Poltron just gets absolutely deleted by this Darken. And there's 5 kills on the board for you, and Cap are running away with things, trying to crush who's playing today's Dreams in Group A.
Rats are commonly prey animals, and prey, with that Aatrox just walking into the fight. Are we going to see it again? No, we're not. I don't know what's happening.
Might be in a bit of trouble. Killer Instinct forces away, but doesn't know that Huang is right here. And there's the flash to get out of the way of the opposing Hex Flash. Shout out, the crash down might be enough.
Flash.
There's the flash. And the Q3 is enough to find that sweet spot. Another on the board. 2k at 7 minutes. Weapon.
It's just huge, and it's just a support difference, unfortunately. Huang's so much more effective on the roams with this rel when they are able to get involved in the play. Voltron spotted by a pink ward, so he doesn't get to do anything once again. He does get value at value 0 out of it, so that's really cool. We're still waiting to find out what exactly at value is. But
it's been happening all over.
Yeah,
I think it's just a bug with this new patch, because even in like the LCP and all that,
yeah,
in the observer feed, it's popping up. Yeah.
I assume they are still getting the correct amount of gold out of the board. It just looks really goofy. But Poltron, to his credit, he is still looking for these players. IMR up towards the top side. I believe he has... I mean, I can't see the health bars. I can't see anything. But, yeah, he has taken a decent amount of a chunk out of Prey's life bar. So Poltron's still looking for something to towards his top side.
Ignite available.
There's no wave.
If they choose to dive this. Yeah, no wave for a little bit, but there are no minions nearby either. He's going to have to go on forward here. Prey looking for something.
My God.
Good Q1. Finds the empowered auto attack as well. Ayamaru might not be long for the world. There's the chains to finish it off. And he is running for the hills here with the ultimate, the extra movement speed. And Ruin's there to back him up. Might be able to get out to safety. Supreme display of talent. Will trade things back at the very least. But a 1-for-1 trade was not what Who's Playing Today were hoping for.
No,
That's Nimar on the bot lane. I think Depash just died.
Oh, again.
And Huang.
Okay,
Craziness happening all over the map here.
Yeah, it didn't see what happening, but Uzifan's having a great time in that bot lane. I'm fairly certain that Prey could have just turned around and killed at least 2 of them if he'd actually fought his way out. But did decide that discretion was the better part of Valor, and are we going to see it? We're going to see the replay. So this is Uzifan just once again playing it nice and slowly. Has Sassy coming in on the
good flash.
Maokai. Yeah, nice attempt with the charm, but just doesn't have all the targets lined up, so isn't able to get it done, but then does get the support kill on the back end of it. So there is at least something back for themselves. That was Dragon taken by Cap, and that is a dead Foreigner.
That is indeed the Electrocute finishing off that kill. I believe, I don't know how many of the grubs they got either. They will be coming to collect that last one, as Ruin might be in a bit of trouble. The Expunge is going to do a whole lot of damage, but not as much as he would have hoped for with this Dirk in the inventory. So, will live another day in Poltron. Yeah, I think the build might need a little bit of retuning. The entire strategy here might need a bit of retuning, because Ruin is 5-1 on this Aatrox and continuing to put the pressure in the top lane.
I mean, I got to assume that's going to be probably either a Umbral Glaive or a Collector on Poltron. Whatever it is, it's going to come in way too late. It's already 10 minutes in the game. That's a lethality item. The base armor is going to be just way too high for him to direct. And also, I've always hated this item on Twitch in general, because he does so much magic damage just across his kit. So it's never made any sense to me.
You got to build Nash's Tooth or something. Is Ayamaru not long once again? The World Bringer, a familiar fate for this Kai'Sa at this point. And maybe, just maybe, this might be the end of their dreams in this tournament if they keep this up. We have seen comebacks before. I'm not going to discount them just yet, but Who's Playing Today in for a world of hurt in this series.
Yeah, 1.6k on Prey on the top side. Now 1.8 with the waves, with the plates taken. He is absolutely massive. He is going to be the linchpin of their fights when they do happen. I say fights, probably more like ritual executions at this stage. With the 2.6k gold lead at 10 minutes. I mean, you don't really get to fight back, and you also don't have a lot of damage to bring to the table. I mean, yes, you have Ayamaru, who is building a very... he's fine. He's out. You have Ayamaru, but he's building this kind of... like, it's a tier into what will eventually be the Manamune, so it's kind of this poke build. And yeah, okay.
Sassy
does Sassy take damage?
Could be in trouble. Yeah, there's 4 people there, and the fail flash will make matters worse, so they're going to take that at the very least, but nothing that you can really get off of that kill, right? The grubs are down. Infernal Drake's 2.5 minutes away. I mean, it's a good kill, but what else can you get from it is the question. Is I don't know about that ult, Poltron. I really don't know about that.
Yeah, that's okay. We can move on from that one. It's going to be a very short cooldown. It'll come back really soon. But let's look at the state of the map, because one dragon over to the Chinese agricultural product team. 2 minutes until that dragon spawns, and they're looking for Ayamaro, and they are going to find
big engage. They do not want you to talk about the state of the map, it seems. This one takes one for his own. There's the locket completed already. It seems like this rel has more gold than Ayamiro at this point, it seems. It is not a great position to be in if you're a fan of these players, and this has sort of been, no offense to them, the state of who's playing today over the course of this tournament, right? They've had some good ideas, but then they've come in and just not been able to make good use of what they have at their disposal. Finally, they've got some things on board, right? Profane Hydra for foreigners going to do some work. But, like you mentioned, who are they really assassinating in this team?
Yeah, and generally at this point of the game, we would be talking about the bot lanes, right? Because Uzivan has done a great job, has picked up a couple of kills, but right now Dapashi, although diving onto the Silas, he's just fine, right? Yep. He's out, he's all good. But Dapashi has got the Blackfire Torch online, so that means wave clear is going to be there. You've probably got enough points in the queue that you're just going to be insta-killing those waves, but it just does not matter at this stage, because Uzifan has gotten through the hardest part of his lane, potentially, even come out ahead. And now you're able to just start grouping up and looking for these fights. And you can see Rel looking up towards the top side. They're looking for a 4-person dive here. I don't know if Prey is under any threat at all.
Especially with that shield, the taunt rather, going to be not finding its mark. World Ender available here, and there is the backup from Huang. And Ruin nearby as well. Supreme display of talent. They're trying to chain CC, but there might not be enough. There's the kill onto the Rel. Huang falling on down. What more can they get is the question. Continuing to chase, the World Ender goes down, and there's the heroic entrance a little bit too far forward. We'll have to see. Maybe Poltron's here. It's just up to Ruin, looking for 2. Maybe can get more. Kingslayer gets so much healing, but will eventually fall on down. Ayamaru picks up 1 and a few kills to who's playing today, but they are not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, that's me. As we freeze frame, worst ultimate to steal, by the way. Like, could not be worse for this Silas. I don't know whether it was a misclick, but he took the Twitch ultimate. And yeah, just a nice attempt here by Prey, but that chain landing unfortunately means that you don't really get to do anything in this fight. Poltron does actually manage to find some effectiveness, stealthing into play. And then Ruin tries to brawl his way up, but just does not have the health bar.
Oh, I think probably just tried to take the Kaiser ult. I think
that was a misclick. Yeah, unfortunate, because that actually would have made the difference.
So looks like we are heading back into live in just a moment here, as Cap will take their second dragon of the game. Trying to stack those up as fast as possible. It will be the Hextech Drake as we come back into things here. We see those completed items online. Uzifan has that Triforce, is going to be an absolute menace here and continuing to harass in the bot lane.
Yeah, he is untouchable at this stage of the game. Even with Dapashi able to just instantly clear the waves, doesn't really have anyone who can just be an easy go button onto this Ezreal. So it's very much a case of he is going to be completely safe for the rest of the game.
Absolutely. And now I believe we are heading back into things. Leandro's Torment for Sassy on board here as Ruin continuing to trade, but Poltron is nearby, can threaten something potentially, but still this build it doesn't do much at this point.
It's ugly.
It really is. Like, I don't know what he can hope to accomplish here with a Dirk. Like you mentioned, as those armor values continue to improve, just gets less and less valuable. And now they might try and dive on in. Oh, Foreigner is just going to get one shot here. Chain CC to death, and Sam Sassy picks up that. And they're losing all over the map. They're stringing together these objectives, Cap, and just continuing to snowball this game As Poltron tries to find something, but it just doesn't do anything.
It really doesn't. The question is, where does the damage come from? And right now it's Foreigner, as that's probably a kill, but the Q is going to go wide. But Flash is drawn out either way.
Looking for it. Oh, True Shot Barrage not going to live up
right.
to its name this time.
Yeah. Did draw out the Flash, so nicely done by Uzifan once again in the bot side, continuing to rain hell onto Dapashi, who is just locked in lane. And the other part of this kind of dichotomy of, yeah, your bot lane gets locked in lane, but your support gets to roam, is that very much the support who is more effective at roaming gets to win the game for their team. That's pretty much exactly what Huang has done. Just been present in every single fight that has happened, especially up on the top side, really making sure that Prey is able to get ahead of their opposite number. And what are we going to see here? Is it Poltron dying? It's Poltron dying.
No. Oh,
Gallior.
no.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Ruin's ult. He
Stolen
stole
Gallior.
Yep.
Yeah, nicely done.
Yeah, that's the struggle of this Twitch support, right? Doesn't have the maneuverability of something like a Camille. And he's going to pay the price for it at the end of it all. It looks like, once again, we're just seeing this back and forth trade. It doesn't really matter, these trades, because the Kingslayer, because of all the Conqueror healing. They're just doing it to love tap each other at this point. As still, the gold lead, a lot less than it was before, but in favor of Cap. 2 minutes until those big objectives come online. So just trying to position, get some items on board, get some towers, you'd imagine, or at least try to, prior to those objectives. And Poltron
The thing that I'm
continuing
mostly
to make a threat.
curious about, those looks like the chains aren't going to land, so we call that playoff. The thing I'm mostly curious about is exactly what is happening right now. Is Ruin has made his way down to the bot side.
Oh, good Supreme Display of Talent. There's the ultimate, but that isn't going to be enough to save Ruin's life this time around.
Yeah, okay. And exactly the point I was about to make. They have not really done anything on the side of China's agricultural product to really accelerate the pace of this game. They finally did it now with swapping the Ezreal into the mid lane. He's the member who can push more, but that does mean that it's come at the cost of your mid laner getting caught on the bot side and potentially giving up that first tower. And yeah, that one has gone down. So a little bit of an ejection of gold, and actually a slight gold lead over to who's playing today.
Yeah, gold will swing, like you mentioned. Imperial Mandate on the way for this Galio. Probably only a few hundred gold away at this point, and they're going to continue to try and squeeze into this bot side jungle and take these objectives, put some vision up prior to that dragon coming online. Not really wanting to give over a Hextech soul point at this point. I can't blame him. And now, I'll have to see where they choose to go. Rhyolites crucially completed here for Depash, so we'll have the auto route on the Q. Oh, sorry, on the E rather, and building towards that mandate as well, I believe. So the cooldown's going to increase even further as we head into these fights. Crucial considering the double Merc treads already built for the side of Cap.
It definitely will be a big deal, and it is going to be a question of who is that Ardent Sensor going to be empowering. I don't know if it's going to be a lot of value, but it will help Poltron. It will help Ayamaru, who is not really building attack speed. It looks like it's going to be full AP on the Kai'Sa.
Oh, it's a collector.
Yeah, it's a collector on Poltron, which I don't love.
I don't like it.
Yeah, this is going to be a dragon taken down, so Soul Point picked up probably quite handily by Cap. I don't think there's going to be a response from Stella.
Oh, hang on. Foreigners here. Doesn't manage to steal it. I'll have to see how the rest of this fight goes. Already Uzifan on towards Poltron. Gets the kill. Stella's not long for the world as well. And Foreigner has to run for the hills. Barely gets pulled back in. And there's 3. They are wiping the slate clean here. And Cap are looking to take over this game and crush who's playing today's chances.
This just looks like a team that knows what they're doing versus one that doesn't. Which is so weird to say on it against a team that has Poltron on it. Because they're doing everything right on Cap. They're grouping up, they're getting mid-priority, which lets them get first access to the Drake. Dive in by Ayamaru, he is not one for this alone. He gets the kill.
That's the Hunter Baron going to secure that. Shout out to everyone talking about it. Oh, big shot on the Abscond Abduct. TP going to come in, but it's a bit too late here. They're just going to group up on it. And Stella, oh, you are the wrong way from the base. They're just going to wipe the floor here. Poltron falling on down as well. It's just Foreigner left standing. and they're probably going to walk all the way back to that Baron once they get healthy again.
No, they're looking for a fight. They're looking to flank. Prey looking to chase Foreigner out of his jungle, getting baited by the summoner name. Thanks, Foreigner.
Yep. It's a grievance I have with a lot of pro players, not just in League, but in Valorant as well. Just change your name.
Please.
Yeah.
It's nice that we now have in League like the custom overlay where we can actually see the players' names regardless of what goofy name they give themselves on their solo queue accounts. That is a nice change. As I believe we're going to see it again. Yeah, so here's Ayamaru diving in, hits that Void Seeker, but then gets taken out on the back end of the blade, does the Maokai. But the chains are going to land. And this was just, I don't really know what the plan was here at any point from Team Poltron, from Team WPT, because they're just trickling in one by one. And look at what their comp does.
Yeah.
If the Seraphine lands the ultimate across the entire team, if Poltron is able to open up with the ultimate, yes, he's playing support Twitch, but he will do damage. And as for the Kai'Sa, your team fight kind of is functional. But if you don't get that, if you do trickle in one by one, then it kind of looks exactly like this, where you're 8 and 23, and you're just giving up more and more space on the map. Small mercy is that the Baron did not go down in that last round of play.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we've seen for the past, I'd say like 4 minutes at this point from WPT, is just a very big, as it seems like Ayamaru just got one shot here, as we got a fight in bot lane as well. We got a lot going on. Yeah, just got picked off in the side lane here, I believe, after diving into the tower. We've seen a lot of, like, a lack of coordination from WPT, right? They made this big journey into the enemy jungle, as it appears Depash is dead now. They made this big odyssey into the enemy jungle to get this vision, to take away the objectives, to set up for that dragon, and then they just weren't there to contest it at all. And then when it comes around to the Baron time, we've got Stella TPing in way too late to mid lane. It really feels like they're just not on the same page.
Yeah, this is exactly what we've been seeing throughout this tournament, really. And it's odd to see. But map is very much under the control of WPT. Nice flash.
Oh, for now, there's the first. Going to miss the abscond, abduct. We'll get to safety after the end of it all. Heroic entrance going to be burned, and Prey is here. Has the World Ender ready to go. Oh, the ult tags on towards Poltron as well. They are quite low here. Look at Depash, eyes on the ultimate. Has a good line to work with, gets double. And look at the root though. Oh, it's perfect. There's one. Stella's not long for the world either. Depash falls. It's 3-0 so far. Meanwhile, there's a kill onto Ayamaru because there's a solo kill for Uzifan. And it's just Foreigner left standing, running, trying to get something to salvage this fight. And might just die all the same in mid lane here. Foreigner, oh no. That's a rough situation to see. Baron on the board, an ace for Cap.
It's such a clean fight, and it's just, this is Prey's world, and we are living in it. Just pops the World Ender and basically just walks forward alongside the team. The team is effectively just an Aatrox delivery system, because as soon as he is in the fight, as soon as he's dropping those Darkened Blades, he's just ripping people in half, and that's going to mean that Baron gets picked up. The suffering of WPT continues. It started with lost bans. It's going to continue with the general state of this game. They're losing so much of this map. There is going to be a dragon spawning very, very shortly, which will probably mean that in the space of this Baron, we will likely see, or I think shortly afterwards, we'll see that dragon fight, and that probably gets taken. No, wait, it's up. What am I saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
2.5 minutes to take it, yeah. I mean, you have to fight this if you're WPT. But what do you really have at your disposal, right? Because, no offense to Poltron, this build's a little bit useless, right? Collector plus the Oblivion Orb, not going to be doing anything substantial in these team fights. So I have a little bit of chip damage. Signing up, going to draw it out of the pit for now. Foreigner failed it last time. Ayamaru is getting 1v1'd on the top side. Why are you fighting a 10-2 Aatrox near his tower? A disastrous play. They've got the soul for free, and Foreigner falls. And Cap, their project is coming to a head. Outside of a few fringe scenarios here, they will most likely lock playoffs like this. And Stella falls as well. 33 kills for the Chinese agricultural product. A 55k gold at 25 minutes. This team is dominant.
And there's no one on the team who looks bad. There is no one on the team who's really had any sort of major mistakes or has really looked like they brought the team down. Every single member of this team is firing, and you can chalk a lot of it up to the other side just underperforming, but really has been some great moments by everyone, and this draft is functioning really well. You could see on that last Dragon take, no one was able to approach because Maokai just presses R, and that is the end of the play. So Foreigner looking for something here. I don't know how much he can do because that's a very fed Silas.
This is not going to work out.
Stay tuned.
Screen's frozen, but I imagine this is going to go exactly how our minds are predicting it.
How does the JoJo's thing go?
The to be continued? Yeah.
Yeah, it's Roundabout.
Ooh. Yeah, Roundabout. Shout out. It's an amazing song. Love it.
Good song, good song.
That went about as well as we expected.
Yeah, pretty much exactly the outcome that was anticipated.
One has 26 kill participation, by the way, in 26 minutes.
Yeah.
That is a support who's been doing work. I'm sorry, Poltron, but you have not.
This is such a good meta for supports right now.
Yeah.
Especially on something like a Rel where you're able to just get around the map and...
Got so much agency.
The thing about Rel as well is she's not an easy support to be that sort of frontline run at your face engage. You really have to come in from the angles, and you would be familiar with this being very much a support player yourself, if not mistaken. You know, you just have to come in from the side. You have to be proactive in kind of running past where your opponents are. And Huang has been so good at that, whether it's either going in when the engage has been being triggered by Prey, or just running ahead of the play and being ready on the Rel to get things done. It's been very impressive.
Good flash from Prey will live a massive assault. And now, with the empowered, or rather the hijacked ult, Ayamiro gets tagged at the very end of it all. Ult goes completely wide, and there's that crash down. The Magnet Storm picks up 2. And just like that, Cap are running away. I believe the victory sound was a little bit early there, but there is the final hits on those Nexus. A little bit of a golden helicopter there for Ruin to finish things off. There's the kill, the game on the board for Cap. They move up 1-0 in this series.
Yeah, a little bit of silencing.
Dominant performance. Sorry to cut you off there, Weapon.
Please.
It was a dominant performance from Cap, and with that, I guess all the hopes and dreams of the Twitch support, the Poltron running. We know they're not playing now, although we are going to see them again. But Cap, one step closer to that playoff run, and Weapon. I mean, for your first time really seeing and studying them, they showed, adaptable, dominant, knows how to play with the lead. This team's legit.
Yeah, they looked incredible. They look like a team that definitely deserves to be in our playoff slots. And I can't wait to see more of them because, as I said towards the end of the game, there was no one who was, I think, making any major mistakes. And I will go back to the point that I think Poltron's team, WPT, that looked like a, hey, we're not going any further in this tournament, boys. Let's just have some fun. I hate to say it, but it might have been the case. But on the other side, I do have to give Cap their flowers because they looked great.
It definitely was just phenomenal from top to bottom, taking care of business, especially, in a region where so often we've seen teams take that early lead and then overextend and get punished. But Mercury, there were a couple moments when, WPT still tried to make some plays. I'm thinking at that bot side on that second tower where they were still trying to set things up. But at that same token, Cap was always ready for it. They didn't overextend. They controlled the tempo. Do you think we see this, though, when they go up against teams possibly in the playoffs that are a bit more cohesive?
I think, I think like partially, I would say 80% of the credit I have to give is on their, incredible macro gameplay and just being able to control every facet of the map that they wanted to. But again, on the other side, conceptually, for who's playing today, this draft was bad from the start, right? The Kaiser top into the Aatrox. What are you really doing there in that situation? Just allowing Prey to get so far ahead. He was, 10-2 at some point and still trying to take the 1v1. It was just, not a conducive situation, but they made the best use of it, and Cap almost certainly have locked playoffs at this point, right? Almost certainly, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yep.
Who's playing today can still play spoiler, right? If they get this win and then somehow next series goes to a 1-1, then we'll have that tiebreaker situation where Perth Sailing Club will be in contention still. But they've really, really good showing for a team that is desperate to get into that playoffs.
I want to go back though, because you're pointing to the draft and you're saying like, yeah, this is where this one was put together. Can we revisit the point you made then before about the bands don't really matter and they should? Because it feels like the bands matter when you get that hard a draft.
To be fair, when I said that, I was not expecting Kaiser top and Twitch support.
You should have. That's the analyst money, all right.
Yeah, I don't think there are any amount of bans. There's a level, right? Like you take away some of the top priorities. You go, oh god, I have to reach into my champion pool. I have to go a bit deeper. Twitch support is not one of those picks you reach for.
Because here's the thing: if they had the bans, Ayamaro could have been like, "What? They're talking about Twitch support? No, we're gonna ban that away. We're gonna keep things on the level. We're gonna keep in check." Sometimes you got to go after your own team right there. Look, I believe we are going to be throwing it to about a 5-minute break. But when we come back, we're going to have our second game for you all. So do stick with us. It's not done and dusted yet for Cap. They've still got to win one more game. So we'll see if they can do it when we return. One game down, one to go for Cap. So close to putting themselves in the best position to qualify for the playoffs. But Weapon, there's going to be a spanner in their works. A little bit of a mix-up happening for WPT. It seems like we're getting some position swaps going into game number 2.
Yeah, it very much expected, I think, with the way this team operates, the names that we know that are on there. Poltron has put himself back into the jungle role. It is going to be Foreigner playing support, Dapashi up to topside, and Ayamaru back in his native bot lane. So it swings and roundabouts, right? Because once again, we're going to have some players who are much more comfortable in their role, but at the cost of players who are still going to be uncomfortable. Who knows whether this actually changes anything, and I'm really hoping that this time we actually see a draft that makes sense, that wants to win.
I mean, look, we can all ask for whatever we want. Personally, I'm just looking at this and I'm like, all right, sweet. Twitch makes sense in the jungle as well. Maybe Poltron will run that back. But Mercury, coming back to you, though, I would role play a little bit. You are doing the pick and bans right now for Cap to punch your ticket through, to get yourself the best chance for that playoffs. Where are we prioritizing?
I don't know. I think, honestly, I think you run it back with Uzifan. I think Uzifan was incredibly dominant, not just in the team fights, but in the solo lane as well. In that 1v1 situation, had multiple solo kills over the course of this game. And granted, it is on a champion like Ezreal, who has a bit more personal agency. But I think, definitely had the mechanical skill to back it up. I'm excited to see what the pick is for him. Maybe it's something like a mage for a bit more sustain in that bot lane if the supports go roaming again. Who knows? Maybe it's another hyper carry. I'd love to see that.
That could be a lot of fun. Obviously, this is their most important draft yet for the side of Cap. And I think, unlike everyone here, they're probably the one squad that is hoping for more of that unconvention coming out of WPT. They're hoping to see things get a bit more mixed up. But before we go into that draft, real quick right now, we got to run predictions back. Are we looking at the 2-0? I'm just going to quickly say yes, but you guys are the brains here. Weapon starting with you.
Yeah, it's 2-0. After that game 1 performance, I can't see any hope for Poltron and Co. Unless they really pull their socks up and actually try and draft properly this game.
There's got to be something. We have to some Mercury. Be the passion of optimism. But they've got to be able to
I'll be Switzerland. I'll be Switzerland again.
Optimism.
Maybe no. That's what I'm saying. Maybe we can figure out. Okay, maybe they can win this if they get a good draft going for them. I don't know if they're still down 3 bans. I think they might be, but that mixed with Fearless really cuts down the amount of available champions that they have at their disposal that won't be taken away by Cap. I think. I'm finding it's very hard to be the devil's advocate in this situation here.
Then don't.
Maybe they can do it now. The Poltron's back in his native jungle. Who knows?
No, it's doom and gloom. You heard it here. We're all in agreement. It's gonna be Cap taking it. Let's just get into the draft and get this over with. All right, let's send it.
Let's do it.
Well, maybe they can do something. We'll have to see as the bands come in. Okay, they won't have the 3 bands gone this time around, but look at those lovely Fearless champions taken off. Fiora going to be banned away from Prey, rather. So anticipating that the top lane just skirmishing capability that we saw last game is going to continue forward. The respect Shaco ban has to be given, of course. It is Poltron. And there's the Aurelia that I believe Zookeeper in chat was talking about earlier. So maybe they've been studying up in the break, trying desperately to come up with some strategy here. The Akali as well, take that away from Stella. What are you sort of expecting here in this first? Because it will be first pick here for Cap. We'll have to see what they go with.
Yeah, there's a couple of options you can go for. One would be one of those classic Orianna pairings. You grab yourself the Vi, Orianna, on the crackback. Maybe you look to grab the Orianna now. The other one I'm looking at for the side of Cap would actually be Caitlyn Bard, because their bot laner, Uzifan, was incredible last game. They will be grabbing the Ashe. That's unexpected with the Fearless ban.
Seraphine's off the table, yeah.
Yeah, but I guess it just means that they are very confident they can play through this player, because I don't think that Ashe as a champion you can leave by herself to wave clear. Not for the first few levels of the game. So that maybe means they do want to try and target the bot side just a little bit more. And maybe if Ayamaru is able to respond with one of those mage bots where he's able to keep the Ashe at bay, they can actually have the flexibility to play around the map on the rest of the map on the side of WPT.
And it means that, oh, hang on, we could see
But
the
they're not gonna do
Aphelios
that.
into it. Okay, we're just going back to standard lanes here. Maybe we see the Braum paired with this Ashe. That's sort of one of those traditional bot lanes that we end up seeing here. But what will the second pick be for who's playing today? Do they just lock in the full bot lane here? Or do they take another one of those lanes off the table? Poltron has a very deep champion pool, so maybe they go for something earlier.
Whoa.
Will be the Kindred. That is a very early Kindred. So the double marksman's in the first round here. Jax is obviously something that they could pick towards that top side if they so choose. There's a few other ones as well, but interesting. Okay, we're getting deep in the champion pools.
Yeah, I mean, immediately comes to mind things like the Gragas. The ability to displace
Yeah.
any of the enemy champions off of the Kindred ult could be so effective, especially when you're locking them in a place initially with something like an Ashe Arrow. The other side of it would be something like a Lulu. Kindred's a relatively short-range champion as far as range champions go, and alongside the Ashe, as we'll do a quick refresh, this is going to be the Leona. I was going to say the Lulu on the side of Ashe would give you that polymorph capability, but the Elise is interesting. Not something we see a lot in the jungle, but apparently Sassy very, very confident on it. And no, we're not locking that in. I mean,
No.
okay, it's usually a counter pick. There's the Bard. Okay, great.
I'd prefer to see them, if they are going to pick the Vex after... I mean, obviously, like, Akali's off the table. That's usually the traditional counter that you go for into that Akali is the Vex. Maybe just a bit of a hover. We'll have to see how that goes. Second round to come on through. Got a fair amount of tools to lock down specific areas, right? You've got the Lamb's Rest, but you've got the Tempered Fate as well. So what do they go for in these bands is the question. It will be Yone taken off the board first.
I'm surprised that Jace hasn't really hit the ban table yet. I expect that will probably not make it through the bans, because if it does, then we'll almost definitely get picked, and I would favor seeing that on the side of Chinese agricultural program, or project rather, because just into what we're seeing, relatively squishy, relatively short range, outside of maybe the sniper form on the Aphelios. So the ability to rain hell from afar and then have the Ashe Arrow and the Leona for the overcommits definitely will be helpful. The other thing is that Bard, of course, into an immobile carry like an Ashe, that Tempered Fate going to be very, very important for catching that champion. Obviously not quite as easy to do with the Elise. I'm going to be completely honest. I think Elise can actually get caught when she's repelling, right? She's not completely untargetable.
I
have no idea about that.
I think you can avoid the Tempered Fate. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
As we see the rest of the bands come on through, Pantheon going to be taken away. So still anticipating. Pantheon band's interesting because usually it's the jungle. You don't really see Pantheon top that often nowadays, but
No.
could still be quite useful. Fourth pick here for who's playing today. What will it end up being? They've got counter pick, all else things considered. So they might just leave that for the top lane, you might imagine. But what do you go mid here? Something stable. You gotta imagine. And there's the Lissandra going to be locked in.
Lissandra
Oh, hang
locked
on.
in. Wait, okay, we're jumping all over the place.
Okay, so Vayne top, Syndra mid. They're going to pick
Yeah.
Syndra into the Lissandra. I don't know about... I mean, obviously, a strong tank into that 80 carry top lane is always going to be useful. But the true damage from those Silver Bolts can absolutely make a dent here. And it is Prey we're talking about on that pick. So it will be the Malphite locked in for that top lane. A very interesting team composition here for WPT. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this.
Yeah, it continues to be some weird drafting here out of WPT. I like the Malphite. If you are an off-roll top laner, then yeah, sure, pick something nice and easy. Into the Vayne, of course, it's going to be a bit of a nightmare unless that does end up being an Ashe top. Surely not. I think we're waiting to see those swapped around. But it's just going to have a bad time into the Vayne. Like you said, the true damage from the Silver Bolts definitely going to hurt. And it can't be.
I think it's just based off of their champions, right? Because I think Ruin's mid, Prey is
we're
top.
out of.
Oh, hang on.
We're out of
Yeah.
order.
All right,
Sorry,
I'm hearing things. It is indeed the Vayne top here for Prey. So I mean, pretty solid, especially with the Hexplate Rush. Can definitely be a bit tankier than usual. As we get Max back in here. What are your thoughts on the draft?
I mean, look, I'm happy because we still, on paper, this still looks a bit more conventional than what we saw last time, right? Like, it feels we have, like, champions a bit more in their designated role. I was kind of sad when it was Ashe, not top, but bot lane instead. However, my big takeaway is when I look at Cap, there is so much damage, particularly kind of in that level 6 power spike that we're going to be seeing. And with the pick potential, their strength last game was their ability to roam, move around the map and create those opportunities. And I'm just so impressed that they seem to double down on what was their win con in game number 1.
Yeah, and as much as I said the Ashe is not necessarily going to be that champion you can leave alone, once she is ahead, if you do play towards that bot side with the Elise, get her to a reasonable state, she can be self-sufficient. And then, yes, you're going to probably have your flash blown by a Bard, but the Bard has to go elsewhere eventually to match your roams. So I think a lot of the plan is going to be around that level 6 spike, but also just getting that lanes ahead. Vayne is going to win.
It's just all around the board. Again, you have, strong lanes. You have how many abilities are there being able to find like single target picks, right? You got the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Cocoon, Solar Flare, as well as the Syndra ultimate as well. Like there's just, and Scatter the Weak. Like it's all there. There's so much pick potential right now coming from this Cap side that if, we see from WPT Mercury, if they're at all sort of hesitant and aloof like they were before, it's going to be a disaster for them.
And they can't afford to let this game go late either, right? Like look at the hyperscaling potential of the 2 carries in the Ashe and the Vayne. Right, there's nothing to write home about. Even and the Syndra as well, especially when scary, Kindred can really be one of those champions that's feast or famine, right? If you get good, we'll see in the game here in a moment, but if you get those good Kindred marks online early, can be a bit of a threat.
Well, we're going to jump straight into it right now. Here we go. It is Cap playing for their perfect day, playing for their best chance to make it to the playoffs. Can they do it with this team comp? Panel says so. We're about to find out if that's true.
Thank you once again, Max, as we jump back in to game number 2 of this series. Who's playing today? Just playing to get a spoiler match here. Just playing to disrupt the almost guaranteed chance that Cap would have at playoffs. As yes, we see these compositions. It will be the Vayne top. It will be the Ashe bot lane. No more shenanigans this time around. It's time to play. They might actually even look to... I mean, if they can triple camp here, if they can, triple quadrant here onto this Kindred and really slow this down, that could be an incredible start for them.
Yeah, that's a big deal, especially into something so gold dependent as a Kindred on Poltron. So early invade, and it doesn't look like there's actually going to be the information on the other side. So that is going to be an unknown invade from the side of Poltron. He'll find out the bad news when he makes his way down there. And
things are coming through now.
Nice change of pace, by the way. We are starting with our supports, both of them in the bot lane. That's nice to see. Haven't seen that in a bit. Playing
it's a breath of fresh air, it seems. Going back to the old classics here. Once again...
In neutral, this matchup will be handily won by the Aphelios Bard, being the side with the range support. They're able to really lay down a lot of hurt onto the Leona. But the all-in can come, especially with the jungler support, and I'm keeping my eyes on where this Elise actually goes after the top quadrant clear, because if she does pivot her way back down there, that would be a very unexpected timer for the jungler to show up. Even with the information, you're never quite sure on that timing. So she could look to exploit it, but it looks like moving over to the left side, so Sassy is just going to look to try and clear down from his bottom side. No, he is doing it.
He's coming back. No Ignite here, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to secure these kills. No cleanse going to be used just yet. The tunnel might buy a bit of space, but Ymir is just going to be face-to-face with a spider down the drain this time around. Juggles the tower aggro a little bit here, but look at the damage. And it will be Sassy. Oh, a nice cocoon. Might find something, an amazing stun. And it's a disaster. Poltron picks up the double buffs, gets a nice gold injection, and what looked good for Cap suddenly goes a bit disastrous.
General Poltron shows up just at the right moment to clean up the kill. Now, the kills do get traded over. WPT get theirs but there is that one kill going back into the pocket. As soon as they took the tunnel through, I thought this play was done. I did not even see Poltron coming in from the side of the screen. They do get the kill on Ayamaru. Sassy is able to pick that one up with the flash, but then they've overcommitted. And it was really unfortunate, actually. The Leona missing the E meant that she really had to just walk her way in, and they tried to turn the
E would have made the difference.
Yeah, absolutely would have been. It would have at least gotten you that kill, even if you did go down at the end of the play and equalize things. But as it stands, WPT walk away with a fairly sizable advantage here. And Poltron is going to be able to clean up the rest of the camps. Even if he is that little bit behind, he is now a 3-0 Kindred. So we talked about the gold dependency of this champion. He is absolutely off to the races and back in his native role. He's going to be having such a great time in this game.
And with the early Hearthbound axe as well is going to be quite a nuisance here. Looking to invade on his own and try and get a bit of revenge for what happened just before. Might just end up taking this and then the scuttle to end things off, as that mark will be reset probably towards the Gromp or the Wolves in just a moment after Sassy took the Raptors that was on earlier. Sometimes you can juggle it so that you can know for certain as you're starting the camp whether or not it's got the mark, but not going to do it this time around. Just going to secure that. Might even look for something towards the top lane here, but Prey has the ward up and available, has the flash still in hand, and will know in time to run for it. Never mind. Good condemn it. Oh, somehow lands that onto the wall. I don't even know how that was possible there, but gets the flash trade at the very least and gets away with his life.
Yeah, that was an absurd angle by Prey with condemn. Putting a lot of pressure on this bot side, trying to just get the wave crashed.
Stun's coming on through, but there's the kill immediately. It's going to get traded back instantly, though. And Foreigner will try and find something else there, but not able to do it. It's just a 1-for-1, but it will benefit Uzifan in the grand scheme of things.
And once again, Uzifan. I really want this player to change their name. I want to know who this player is, but right now, under the name Uzifan, they are very much impressive alongside Huang. Apt is the name?
No, I'm saying it's apt as in like the fact that this person is a fan of Uzi.
I thought you were saying apt is their name, and that's a great name. That's it. No, I think that's what we're going with. Yeah. Apt is... Someone get Uzifan, slide up in the DMs, ask them to change their name. Apt is really good. It gives me like Apto sort of
a little bit,
vibes as well. Yeah. I'm into it. But right now, their name is Uzifan, and right now looking really, really good. Huang as well, just so impressive, even with the misplay towards that bot side. It is that slight advantage to WPT, and we do still favor a lot of the way this composition can operate from Cap, at least in the lanes. They do have, and we saw it in that last kill, they have the ability to sort of turn that one pick CC into a kill with an Ashe chasing you down, or a Vayne with the final hour really just kind of ripping you in half, and Pashi certainly is a bit behind in that lane.
Uzifan a little bit away from that ultimate, as it looks like potentially a small skirmish here over the Raptors, over this second camp. Might be able to find something at the very least. Unleash Power, not going to find the kill. Mark will be claimed. And now how does the rest of this fight go? Going to have to walk their way out to safety for the moment. Cocoon's going to land. This could be a big kill if they can find it. The arrows connecting onto Ayamiru. Going to get slowed up permanently here. Big engage with the Frozen Tomb. Gets one, but it's instantly traded on back there. As Foreigner will fall on down. Good flash away from Ruin. And now Uzifan in a bit of trouble here. Dodges. Might be in trouble. Looking at the Severum. Stacking up the Chakram, but it won't be enough. And there's another. And he's on the run even still. Huang finds it. And the arrows over the wall might be enough. It's traded. It's madness in the jungle. It's 6-6 at 7 minutes.
Such a sick fight from Cap, especially from Uzifan. Once again, I feel like I'm singing the praise of this player, but just a disgusting sidestep on the Bard Snare that was able to turn the play and actually equalize it. Awkward fight, all things considered. Because no one started that fight with level 6. I don't think they ended it with level 6 either. So there were so many key ultimates that would have potentially turned that fight if the fight had happened just a few seconds later. If one or two more minions had been caught by either side, it would have made all the difference. But what it ended up being was just largely a scrap. But the key takeaways here is that Flash is all blown on the side of WPT, with the exception of Poltron, who has his available. Whereas Uzifan, the way he was able to play out that fight, has managed to hang on to that summoner. And with level 6s being crested, that Bard ultimate going to be available, that Flash going to be so important for the next few passages of play.
As we go on into this replay, Poltron getting chunked out early and did get a bit of a heal from that camp, but at the end of it all, just couldn't really do much in this fight. Like you mentioned, not level 6, not able to get that Lamb's Respite online that would have made a difference. Neither 6 for Uzifan here in this fight, but was still just able to stack things up as we go back to live. As a bit of a fight in mid, and Ruin will fall on down. Poltron picks up another 4 kills for the captain. So starting to do something as the funny number has arrived and might just look to claim some grubs of his own. Won't get 3, so just going to have to settle with those 2.
Yeah, didn't quite see how that mid lane kill went down, but I'm guessing it was Stella clawing forward into the stun, and Poltron looks to be building what will be eventually be a Triforce, so does have a bit of that extra burst coming in from the Sheen, so bringing a nice bit of damage to bear for 1-1, as you said. Very much leading the charge on the team, and feeling like the change that they needed to make for this team to feel a bit more cohesive. I'm going to see it. So I'm guessing it was claw forward. Where is it? Coming in now. You can see Poltron on the waiting in the wings. And what did he just jump over the wall?
A little bit too far forward.
Yeah. Doesn't have the flash either, because that was one in the previous play.
Greeted for the plate and paid the price. Just spoon-fed it to the jungler as well. I respect it.
Yeah, and nicely played by Foreigner to get out
Tempered
of lane.
Fade, Ruin might be in a bit of trouble. Glacial Prison right afterwards, and that is a dead Syndra once again.
This team just different night and day right now.
It's crazy what happens when they have nothing to lose, when they have a cohesive draft. Love to see how this fight plays out, though, because Poltron could be in a bit of trouble. Has the press of the attack, so won't have the long-term fight sustain of this Ashe, but never mind. Huang just goes in and tries to 1v3 as the Leona. Flash away from Stella. Sorry, from Sassy there to get away from Stella. And this team, where was this team 30 minutes ago?
It really feels like they've just come together in terms of shot calling. Like, that's the main difference we're seeing, is that the calls are much more cohesive. You can see in that last play, Foreigner was able to get out of the bot lane to be there in time for the mid lane play that Poltron no doubt would have been the person calling for, or maybe Stella adding the comms saying, I can claw forward here, and they all commit to that play, but it looked like something that was planned in advance. Ayamaru is just dead here.
No.
We can talk right through that one. And Uzifan continues to be the one shining light for Cap. As the rest of that is falling apart, this Ashe is getting fed.
Is that an IE first that this Ashe is going for?
That is...
I think it might be.
Oh, actually, it might be... No, it's going to be a Hex Optics. That is the...
yes, it is Hex Optics, yes.
Yeah, so you will get that extra range coming through once you have that completion. Those kills can be chained one after the other. Really, really nice item for Ashe. Especially the way with these compositions are going to play out. That extra range is going to keep you out of the way of things like Lissandra, speaking of.
In a bit of trouble once again, the Ignite as well, and the Lamb's Respite saves the day here and forces the Flash as well. And they are just bullying this mid lane. 6 stacks on the Dark Steel. That ring looks fancy.
Definitely getting massively fed, and the Malignant's going to be adding that little bit of extra MR shred. So a lot of damage can come through after that fact. Foreigner on the flank, he can portal in.
That Mark, he knows something's up.
Yeah.
There's no TP just yet other than
has
Prey.
arrow.
Does have the arrow, but doesn't know that anyone's nearby just yet. Huang's on the way. Needs to get here a lot faster. Those home guards are going to make the difference over the wall. Foreigner trying to find the stun, but nobody get it just yet. Moonlight Vigil going to whiff as well. So we'll just be the trade of the ultimate for now. You've got to imagine there's no Lamb's Respite, so maybe not the best choice to fight this. Solar Flare and the barrier going to be burned immediately. And they're just going to call a bit of a ceasefire here, you got to imagine.
They're going to get the most out of that wave, trade back a bit of damage.
Hang on, Tempered Fade, he walks back in. Good flash out of the way of the Q. And those arrows are almost landing a trade. They're trying to find something under this tower, but maybe this isn't the way you want to go. There's one over the wall. Stella trying to find something. The Glacial Prison again gets another traded back. So it is the 2-for-1 trade is in the top lane. Prey picks up one of his own. Madness on the Rift.
That was spectacularly played by Uzivan and Huang. This bot lane is really impressing me. The fact that they had that flash ready, they knew that that dive was coming. So they made the decision to outplay that from very much the start. So we're going to see a kill in the mid lane, I believe. What is this?
Oh, this is the earlier one. Yep.
Oh, this is the early one. Okay, so attempted to run interference, did. Huang unfortunately wasn't able to help on this one. And yeah, the Lamb's Respite making all the difference. And we go back to live. But yeah, that bot lane play, it's worth pointing out that Prey has had very much a sort of a free ticket through this game, outside of some early interference, and that has really given him the chance to get up towards what has now been that Hexplate build. And a lot of it, I think, has just been how chaotic the bot side has been. And I keep going back to Uzivan. The fact that he had that flash from the previous play, was able to save it in that previous fight, meant that dive was so difficult. They were able to drag kills back.
It's interesting. We're seeing Depash go with the Malignance build as well, as Uzivan could be in a bit of trouble. There's just the chain CC, and the kill's going to be picked up.
Flash that
teleport
time.
Going to be continued as well. It's not like the old teleport, and Prey is in for a lot of trouble here. The backup has arrived. Tempered Fate. There's 4v4. Who's going to land who first? Scatter the Weak onto 2 in the Solar Flare. Oh, but the Lamb's Respite's perfect. Onto the backline. Ultimate's being traded left and right here. And it's just Sasi trying to clean things up. But what a fight from WPT.
And Depashi comes in on the flank with the teleport, catches Ruin and Sasi on the back of that fight with the Unstoppable Force, and that pretty much spells the doom of that fight. The Tempered Fate, everything landing from the side of WPT. They play that so nicely. I'm going to see it again, I believe. Here it is. So no flash available, nothing to Uzifan's name here, so is not able to fend off the dive. It is clean, it is quick, but then the fight ensues, and this teleport is awkward. I don't know what the plan was here. And then we kind of just keep running at the faces of everyone who has so much CC. This Scatter of the Week is great. This Solar Flare is awesome, but then you're too far away, and the Lance Respite is there to keep the play going. And then, yeah, you can see, as soon as the Unstoppable Force comes through, it actually caught Prey on the edge of that, rather than the jungler. And the fight was just split up by that Malphite.
Oh, hang on.
Spectacularly.
WPT's bot lane just fell on down somehow. As it Prey's looking for something up here as well. Trying to buy a bit of space. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, much
somehow Ayamara and Foreigner fell on down. As oh my god! I don't know that you can try that, Sasi, and it didn't work out this time around. But it is the 1-for-1 trade. All things considered here. Another mark going to be picked up. 6 on the board. Let's see this replay and see what happened. Oh, that's unlucky.
Oh yeah,
that's a really rough situation.
Yeah,
good chain CC, and
really good arrow into the scatter. Just really piling on the CC, and then the gameplay button does the rest of the work.
We're still fighting, it seems. Uzi immediately going to be blown up just the same way. And they pick up a mid tower for good measure as well. Got to imagine, unless they... No, they should be able to get this. Ayamara should be able to get this next wave. Unless... Oh, hang on, the whole team is here. Hang on. There's even more fighting. There's even more action. There's the Cocoon. Oh, looking for more. An amazing stun. These CC chains have been incredible so far. Looking to try and condemn out of it. Doesn't manage to get it in time. And there's the gameplay button once again. This is just non-stop action from these teams. Another stun going to land Supportal Combat on the other side of the rift. And now Ruin manages to get out to safety there. The arrow, not going to find anything this time around. Otherwise, you got to imagine these teams would have been hungry for even more. Wow. That's like 3 minutes of straight fighting.
Just throw the concept of tempo and resets out the window.
Yeah.
We just respawn and we run back to the fight. We just ball. Like, there's a 2.5k gold lead on WPT, but it just doesn't feel like it with the way that that Cap are playing this. They're forcing every single fight. The way that Prey actually plays this is kind of great. Knows that the Lamb's Respite is going to be there. So if he can condemn him out of it, which he just doesn't quite find that angle, then could have turned that play, but unfortunately Poltron is able to get the heal and get the double kill on the end of it, and that just leaves the Leona by herself, trying to do her absolute best, and the only person left is the Elise. Now, the thing we haven't talked about, Merc, is that Elise is very much starting to fall off. Yes. And that's dead.
That is absolutely dead.
Yep. And we talked about the scaling when we're heading into the draft, but we didn't really touch on the fact that this is an Elise who really did need to be active early, because if you start to fall behind, and they're doing a good job converting this this Herald, looks like there's going to be no contest on this, but as you start to fall further and further behind, your front line is very much just going to be an Elise and a Leona. And Elise is not frontline, she has a repel, which keeps her alive momentarily, and Leona is going to be on support income. So you can see why they're so eager to force these plays, because while they're still in the game, while they still have this massive Vayne who does an absolutely absurd amount of damage, they do just want to keep trying to force.
Second dragon going to be picked up, and Sasi is in a whole lot of trouble here. Yeah, four people nearby, not necessarily a good way to get out of that situation. Second dragon here, and the Ocean Soul will be the play. And okay,
Nice try.
Okay, I mean, yeah, there's no follow up, but I mean, go for it.
Yeah, go off. Eat Enchanted Casserole arrow here to defend if they do need it, but just feels like Poltron and Cove really stepped up the pace.
We're just going to go for another fight, I think. Huang might be a bit too far forward. Unstoppable force going to be used. There's the ECA trying to find something. Maybe, or Depash barely living out of the way of that one. As Lamb's Respite keeps Poltron alive for a moment. Dodge out of the way of the Scat of the Week. This is just madness here. And Ayamaru going forward even further, looking for even more, but just gets the one. Cocoon lands. Might find something else. Foreigner not able to get the Tempered Fade off in time, but here's the Lysandra trying to find something, and there's a TP coming in. The final hour going to be activated, and Stella's going to fall on down, but so does Uzi Fan. What is going on?
We're trading back and forth.
There's 44 kills in 19 minutes.
WPT, they keep coming out ahead, and I don't actually know how, because we're just kind of trading one for one every single one of these fights. Must have been some key shutdowns that went down early, but I thought that fight was a free win with Uzi Fan alive, with the Hex Optics passive triggered, meant that he was able to play the fight from such long range. But then just at the tail end of it got killed by Stella's Ice Clone, and now we kind of just reset. And yeah, you are right, Depashi has gone full damage. So, as much as he's not a tank, he is going to kill anyone who presses R on.
True, might have to ult here in this situation, but there's a Banshee's Veil, so not able to find anything here. Or maybe, hang on, lives a little bit longer. It will be the 1-for-1 trade. And now, can they find something onto Huang? No, they can't dive this. Even the Leona at this point is a little bit too tanky for them to deal with. They will get the tower though, so a gold lead continuing to grow here for WPT. As meanwhile, Ayamaru, not going to be long for the world either. They just refuse to do anything but fight here. Foreigner's in trouble now as well. There's the dive on down. McHale's might have enough with the healing. The arrows over the wall will do it. Glacial Prison onto himself. There's a third cocoon to land. And Cap just gets 4 kills out of nowhere.
That is with Baron live, so they can turn directly onto the objective, and it is just Poltron by himself with Depashi, who doesn't quite have the Unstoppable Force available, and is coming out of base. They can run interference on Poltron. They could look to turn this objective.
Poltron condemn into the wall. Might barely gets it alive with the Lamb's Respite. They're going to wait it on out. They'll get another one, a delayed ace, if you will. And they get a free Baron on 5.
That's a Baron, a shutdown onto Prey on Poltron, who is absolutely massive in this game. That's a big deal. It's going to close that gold lead just a little bit. It's going to be a question of what you get off the back of it. We can see Vayne is building up towards what will eventually be that Infinity Edge, so a big spike for the Vayne coming in if she is able to get to it. I think the Baron, if anything else, means you can stabilize this game a little bit. You do still have to be careful for things like the pit crowd control, this Lysandra coming in from the darkness. Here's the play that started it all. Depashi is able to survive just long enough, gets the Banshee's Veil off, and then is able to turn with the ultimate. It didn't really feel like it was a massive deal besides the fact that it held the Syndra in place just long enough. It was really just the health bar, I think, that was the main thing, really just taking too much time for them to kill the the Malphite. But they are able to turn the play, and then, yeah, in the mid lane, just an incredible catch by Sasi. backed up by Uzi Fan, who's able to pump out the damage, and they are able to get this Baron online. And we'll see what they can do with this breathing room that Kappa bought themselves. So there's still that gold lead over to WPT, but it feels like it's going to be closed any moment now as these towers start to fall.
Yeah, 100 seconds left for that Baron power play, so might be able to make something work with that. We see Prey pushing in towards the top lane, and it seems like for once, for at least a little bit, because last time I said there was going to be a cessation of hostilities, they immediately started fighting again, so looks like we're seeing a little bit of a pause to recalibrate
Finally.
and figure out. Finally, my voice was not able to handle it. And I don't think their minds could handle the constant fighting at this point, so I'm glad that after 50 kills, we've finally slowed down a little bit here, but it will be the Dragon online. Probably just going to be the soul point secured here for WPT, unless Sassy can do something here to try and steal that away. Huang nearby, control ward. Oh, the sun's not going to land, but they will give up for the moment. There's Prey. Oh, Uzi Fan just gets immediately blown up on the other side. TP in from Prey. Good cocoon to land. Big chunk of damage on towards Depash. That's your main engage tool. Maybe they can find something here. Tempered Fate going to be secured. Massive stun. And there's the engage tool down. But on the other side of things, Poltron might be in a bit of trouble. Lamb's Respite goes on down. Can they find the kills in time? Prey lives for just a moment, but it's not enough. Ayameru cleans up the fight. And they clean ASIM just about at 24 minutes. And they'll pick up the Dragon for their measure.
And that is going to be the Ocean Soul point going over to WPT, just as you said. Lamb's Respite coming in clutch there because it let Stella set up so much of that burst that was going to come out of the Lamb's Respite.
Yep.
There you can see the Tempered Fate landing starts the fight onto Prey, who did teleport in. Really good double stun by Foreigner. And then Poltron just starts laying down the law with the damage. Everyone's relatively low at this point on the side of Cap, but as soon as the Respite lands, the Respite ends, Stella is able to just press WQ. Everyone loses their entire health bar, and everyone's clumped on top of that Lissandra, so it just ends very, very quickly. And going to get themselves towards the Ocean Soul. These are very long fights, so Ocean Soul could be relevant, but I think what mostly is relevant is just the fact that Poltron and Stella have been so good pairing up in this game to find success in these fights when they're all clumped up, when everyone's standing on top of that Lamb's Respite.
Yeah, 24 kills between them. They have been on a tear so far. And they're looking for even more as Baron's setup continues 2 minutes out from that objective. Long way to go as Shadowflame now completed to Depash. Going to be a little bit more of a nuisance. Only has 2 items, so quite a bit behind. 4k is the gold lead in the top lane. So taking that out, I mean, look at the difference in gold just across the board here. Sassy.
The big story, I think, is going to be that Vayne in the top lane.
Yeah.
She's still got that massive lead and actually has built a Stormrazor, so extra mobility. Nice try. Amaru's going to dodge out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow by using Walk. But the Vayne, I think, is going to be the big deal, because she's the one person who is able to keep pressure in the side lanes. And as long as she has her flash, which I believe she does, or at least it's very close to coming up. I can't quite read the icon.
10 seconds. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Yeah, so she will have that cooldown available, which means she's able to play a little bit further in the face of Depashi, able to flash the ultimate if it does come in. But I don't think Depashi even really wants to commit that cooldown. Wants to be so careful about having that available for any fights that could potentially break out. So it's a bit of a catch-22 on both sides. And all the while, Prey can just buy more space for the team.
Although Prey does not have access to a QSS yet. Oh, Ayamaru just
my God,
got one shot there before. And we'll be down for another 10 seconds as Foreigner in a bit of trouble as well. Poltron will pick up the kill, rather Stella to claim that one. But Sassy is still putting in the work on this Elise. Even as the stacks continue to fall off, even after the value of this pick continues to fall off, is still making a little bit of use in these fights. But yeah, Prey, without this QSS, having to rely on the Mikhails for Huang to bail out of any stun that could come their way from multiple sources, is going to be in a bit of trouble if they look to engage.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about Elise, right, she still is able to kill people later in the game. It's just that target access becomes harder. Yeah. Especially when you've got things like a Bard and a Malphite that you have to be concerned about. Really has to be worried about getting to those targets. But it looks like they're going to look to start up this Baron as it spawns. Prey does not have that teleport available just yet. We'll be recalling and looking to rejoin the fight. They're going to be late to this objective.
Yes, Arcee's on the way and they melt through this, so just going to take it for free for now. We see a TP coming through mid, but it is a bit too late here. And we see Huang moving way too far forward ahead of the team here. Can't really land and engage in time. And they will just all get out to safety. Never mind, Solar Flare coming on in, looking for the first. Foreigner not going to get the Tempered Fate in time. Hang on a moment, final hour, but it's not going to be enough. Prey's in trouble and meets the Blade. There's 2 kills for 1 to start things off. Stella falling on down. Without that, Glacial Prison going to be activated here. Poltron might be in a bit of trouble. Stun's going to come on through. Foreigner misses the stun as well. But look at the damage. Maybe Uzifang can do something here. Never mind. Poltron just mowing through them. The Triumph healing up completely. And it's just Ruin left against the world here. But this build does not have a whole lot of damage in it. And it will just be that final kill picked up for Ayameru. 38 on the board in 28 minutes. They don't have a whole lot of minions, but they are looking to take maybe a tower or 2. They got a wave coming in. It's just Huang for 10 seconds here. It will be it. And WPT, they end this tournament on a win and put Cap's chances a little bit dicier heading in towards playoffs.
WPT, they shuffle the deck, they find their trump card, and it looks like Poltron. Hey, Max.
Hello.
I called it.
It looked funny that if you have a traditional draft and you put players maybe in more comfortable roles, good things happen. I can't help but be a little bit frustrated at the end of that. Why did they not do this game 1?
Why didn't they do this in the second match of the tournament? I want to talk about Dapashi because they were one of the 2 AD carry players on the team and got saddled with the responsibility of top, built the boom damage build on the Malphite, but they were so much of a difference maker in the fights. That last one where Vayne was looking like they were going to pop off had the final hour popped, was starting to work through the damage, flashed over the wall into the ultimate in the Baron Pit. That sealed the entire game. And that was not the only ultimate we saw from this player, where on off-roll, they showed that they were really, really good.
Was, again, it just makes you walk away and wonder, okay, what realistically could have been had we seen more of this leading up to all that situation. And I know you're looking at Dapashi. My eyes still, though, is going back to sort of the support battles that we saw, because last time we saw Huang dictate the tempo, and we saw moments again in this one where it looked like that was coming back. But Foreigner on that Bard, setting up so many plays, particularly on the bot half of the map. Yes, okay, I say roaming and the Bard, but the Bard had a lot of impact down there with some of the tower dives they set up. To me, that felt like the difference in that early game, and we talked about the pick potential from Cap. It got almost completely mitigated by Foreigner, it felt like.
Absolutely made a hell of a difference. I think it all stemmed from that early 3v2 in the bot lane, right? It was even small things, right? Like blocking Foreigner unintentionally blocking the Elise W, which ended up meaning that they had to tower dive and tank a few shots, which ended up with Poltron getting a few kills there. And that really just steamrolled throughout the game. And the constant fighting, so many of those were initiated or at least helped in major part thanks to the Tempered Fate, thanks to that incredible Q landing from Foreigner so many times there. Has to be, over the course of this series, we saw an incredible amount of performance from our supports.
It living up to sort of the expectation, and even though we won't be seeing who's playing today in the playoffs, they had a strong final bow, as it were. But look, as this has been happening, Chudlings have been playing against OK Bros. Chudlings, of course, needing that win to secure their playoff spot. I'd like to think they're going to get it. But when we return, it's the other match. Team Skull Bullet versus the Perth Sailing Club. And now the objective is set. Perth Sailing Club is going to have to sweep Team Skull Bullet to secure themselves in the top 4. One win will give them a tie break. And, well, if they lose both, that is it for them. So a lot of drama still to come. We'll be right back with our second series of the day. It is crazy to think that the finals for this event is only 3 weeks away, but we still need to set up our playoff bracket before we can talk too much about that. One more series still to go in Group A. One spot still largely up for grabs in Mercury Weapon. This series, it is so important right now for the Perth Sailing Club. The destiny is in their hands. They just have to upset potentially the best team in the group and win 2 games in a row. Is that feasible, Mercury?
No pressure. No pressure for them. They got this easy, you know? No, I mean, incredible performance from WPT in that final game. To touch on that again, obviously, that means that it will be, I believe Chudlings is locked for playoffs now, if I'm not mistaken. And it will mean that if this is a 1-1 for Perth Sailing Club, we will be going to that tiebreaker. If by some miracle they can make it a 2-0 over the best team in this tournament, arguably, then they auto lock and kick Cap out of playoffs.
But Weapon 2-0 against Team Skullbullet, 2-0 against Willy Wonka, against Lyseer, who's only a sub. That still drives me crazy. Captain Tofu, like this team, it just looks stacked from top to bottom.
Yeah, it does. And it's made up of a lot of players that I would consider to be, in a lot of their roles, very much second stringers for the previous years. But now coming in, I look at these players and let's look at that. Fake Halo in the top lane. Hayo? I don't know. Tahiti, aka Alani, aka he's had 100 names. Ehop, Polemus, and Styled. Like, these are big names. But over on the other side of the rift, these are players that, like I said, I don't think we would consider them to be competition, but they have grown so much over the past year, especially Brattles in that mid lane, but especially also Tofu. And Wonka, I mean, he was always a monster. He tore onto the scene from the start, but they just have firepower top to bottom, and it feels like a team that I'm so surprised, and I'm so happy that we're talking about them in this way, because it shows that our scene continues to grow.
Growth, obviously, kind of one of the big reasons for events like this. You get to see, players step up, perform, and make that name for themselves. It is crazy, though, because you are right. Start of this tournament, if I were looking at these 2 lineups, I'd be like, yeah, Perth Sailing Club. They've probably looked like one of the strongest lineups. I've always, been super impressed with Style, no matter where he is, even if he's playing support more often than not. Still remember the glory days. I'm old, graying my hair.
The virus.
Yep.
Oh, beautiful stuff. But, Mercury, back to you. When we're looking at Team Skull Blue, what in particular? I know Weapon said it's been Bradley's, but it can't just be that mid laner. How has this team just been so successful?
Oh, you took the words out of my mouth, because Brattles is, you can't let this guy get Ari, right? You cannot let this Ari go through. You cannot let the Swain go through. We've seen that
Oxygen,
as well.
Keyboard,
I think
internet.
Yep. Yeah, you can't let Brattles have anything except 150 ping, and then maybe you can win. But no, I think Willy Wonka as well has to be one of those standout players. Has been on a tear, like we mentioned, throughout not just this tournament, but across even I believe ENC, he was on the Oz team, so has a lot under his belt coming into this tournament. It can really be one of those, carries that can bring this team to the forefront of this tournament.
Yeah, so it will be exciting to see how they do play it out as we get another look overall at what the standings are like. Of course, this is Group B that we're seeing right now. That gets more determined, I believe, tomorrow than today, although it is looking very tense. The big story for that one, and why you'll want to tune in, QAQ and the Hungry Hippos, each tied as well for that last spot. Some similarities, I suppose, in terms of narratives, Weapon, when it comes to who's going to make it and who's not. Yeah,
very much those teams that we just did not expect to be struggling really in the middle of the pack. So excited to see who actually comes out on top of that, because that's going to be me. I'm going to be calling that those games, and I think hopefully I'm not frustrated as I've been with a lot of our veteran teams. And I think going back to the narrative of what we have today, it is going to be very much veterans versus relative newcomers. Like, they've been around for a while, but I want to see something out of our veteran players, I want to see us look at players like Alani, who, yes, have not been as active in our scene, but still have that pedigree of being part of the teams that have just won everything. Names which we cannot say on broadcast, literally we cannot say them. Yeah. But, such an incredibly accomplished player. And I want to see whether they can bring that competitiveness today.
Well, we're about to figure out some sort of competitive. So we've only got a limited time before that draft, so we got to make this one quick. Mercury, starting with your prediction, who's taking game one? Just game one.
Just game one, Skull Bullet.
Skull Bullet. All right, you think it's going to be Dramatic Weapon?
Skull Bullet. The momentum's on their side. They have been firing on all cylinders. They look great.
Well, I want this to be a 1-1. I want that to be clear. I want this to be a 1-1.
I'm going the other way. I believe in the oldies, all right? Maybe that's why I'm washed and you guys are still with it. But I'll throw one to the Perth Sailing Club. I want to believe in my WA friends. However, the draft realistically is what tells us where this is going to go. So let's jump into it. Let's get ourselves into that draft.
Well, it's getting a bit late here in Perth, a little bit dark now, so we'll have to see if this team is up for the challenge as we head on in towards this draft. And we see already the stock standard bands to come on through to start things off.
Yeah, I like that it's another Halo on the top side. Not a player I've actually seen before. Maybe
You gotta respect your elders.
We just thought it was Halo, but who knows? But yeah, the band's coming through. The Camille, obviously very much expected in the meta, just way too strong. Like the takeaway at the Ambessa, very much that kind of default pick. And it does feel like they're very much looking to protect another Halo from Willy Wonka, which makes a lot of sense. Would not be surprised if we see that that Jax takeaway. That Teemo band, by the way, if anyone who is not familiar with it, it's weird that it's on that side of Skull Bullet, because that's normal. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, that's normally a ban we see in the hands of the opponents of Skull Bullet, because it's a ban on Captain Tofu's infamous Teemo jungle, which he has actually brought out in competitive. It's a real pick for him.
Okay. I mean, maybe we'll see it in one of these games. We'll have to see as the Vayne taken away. It could be Willy Wonka's, could be Wrangles, and that Bard. Okay, faked me out there for a moment. I thought it was the Blitzcrank, but it will be that Brad away from Braddles. I mean, maybe AP Bard mid could work out.
Yeah.
No, we'll call it Brad
I'm picking up what you're putting down. It's okay. But we do have the first picks coming in. Now, this is where we will find out if Polymos has been putting the reps in on the majors.
Yeah.
Because thus far, a lot of our teams have not really looked for those meta picks. They've really defaulted to things like this, like the Ezreal, which is, again, there's a reason why we see it a lot in the meta, because it fulfills a lot of those mage tendencies of being able to wave clear from afar, but doesn't necessarily force you to play something you might not be as familiar with. As apparently we're having the lobby remade.
A classic, Couldn't go through one of these games without slight issue in the client phase. And welcome back, Max.
It's okay. Hey, Max.
I just, some things change, most things stay the same.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is a bit unfortunate right there, and hopefully we'll be able to get back into the draft when we get into it. However, I am being told, beep, boop, 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 on the field reporting, Ezreal was a misclick. Not Ezreal.
Interesting. Maybe it was going to be one of those majors. We'll
maybe.
Find out, I guess, as we go into the draft. I mean, I feel like if you've locked it in, you should just have to play it. Like that. Yeah. Sure. Okay. It's not. I'm not an admin, but the decision's been made to remake the draft.
I mean, look, I like that idea. I think the players would hate it.
Yeah, true.
But I'm for it. Who cares what the players want, right? Like, we want what's best for us.
True. And it's not an awful pick, right? Like I was saying about in the draft, it's totally fine. There's a reason we see it a lot in the current meta.
Uzi fan popped off on it like less than 2 hours ago.
True. He did, and it was a lot of fun to watch. And I mean, well, we'll see what happens. But knowing that it's not going to be an Ezreal, probably a mage, who knows? Like, okay, wait, what mages start near E? All right, let's try and figure out how do you misclick near Ezreal?
Ziggs.
Maybe it's like one down on the row.
No, it's
Fizz?
not. No.
Yeah.
Not Fizz?
Fizz would actually
would be fun. It'd be fun.
It would be wild because it is. We talked about before how we're seeing assassins pop up in the bot lane. We did see that in the LCS where it was both Sylas and Kai'Sa bot played as a response to the mages. If Fizz ends up being one of those assassins that just suddenly finds its place in competitive because it's an assassin, that would be absurd.
We saw the Akali as well.
We do. So look, we are going to jump right back in. It looks like things have been settled. So I'm going to disappear again. I'm going to leave it in your hands. Let's finish off the draft. No more Ezreal picks.
No more Ezreal.
Well, maybe for that team, we'll have to see what Skull Bullet chooses to go. It is the Syndra, so can go towards that bot lane as well. Can be mid. We've seen it both times. Let's see what the counter is early in this draft. Do you just go for another one of those mages? Oriana is still on the table if they wish. They could go for something like the Oriana Neferi or the Oriana Jarvan. That's definitely an option.
So you could go Jarvan Cassio here if Wrangle has put in the reps on the Cassio.
Jarvan support? Teemo jungle?
Yeah,
Pause?
Teemo jungle value actually kind of rises if Cassio is a real pick in the meta.
Yeah.
But that's not going to be the pick here. I think Tofu's just hovering it so we can talk about it, and it's probably going to be something completely different. But I do think the value of Cassio goes up in this draft. Into the Syndra, it's generally a pretty winning matchup. There's no way that Jarvan gets played in any other role but jungle. Unfortunately, Captain Tofu does not get his hands on that pick. As much as he very much likes it, that could well be. Yeah, that's going to be Brattle Swain.
Swain for Brattles.
Why not?
Yep. A classic for a reason. It is
and very
feared
much
in the hearts of this region.
Very much indomitable on this pick. We have seen him just run lobbies. It really is only against the best of the best that he really does start to struggle. But just such a naturally good player on this champion. But also, I think has grown so much that I am curious to see how he performs against some of the best players in the region on these signature picks. Now that could be support. I want to call this out. I was thinking about this before we went into this cast. If we're in a meta where level 1s are really impactful for our supports, a champion like this who can go through walls at level 1, potentially, if you do skill the E, it could have a massive impact. So we'll see if that does go into the hands of Styled, and if he does try to get a bit cheeky with it.
Yeah, absolutely could be towards that support position. Styled, no stranger to these odd picks here, is Scion. Going to possibly be locked in here. So what do they choose for this top lane for Willy Wonka? Do they just choose something to give a bit of a free lane? One of these attacking champions. Aatrox is still available. Could go for, Vayne's off the table, so can't really go for that. There's a few other options. Varus as well.
Yeah, I'm curious. I think you probably are just going standard bot lane at this stage because of the Scion lock-in. And the Syndra, even if she is going to be that mage in the bot lane, isn't necessarily the most... she is threatening, but... That threat doesn't come in until later. She's just going to be there for wave clear. So you kind of want someone who can kill the Scion. And there is, the Sivir makes a lot of sense because it gives you the spell shield. Yep. It really is just going to be that scatter of the week that's coming your way. So I do like the pick. And then it's going to be a question of what you look for on the other side, because now you really just want something that's going to be able to match the Scion. I actually think you could probably just go something like this hand in Willy Wonka's hands. It's something we've seen before. And with Scion, great matchup, gives you a lot of time to scale up, and you just become a monster diving on top of the Syndra, diving past the Skarner. So wouldn't mind seeing that pick. We'll see if it gets targeted in bans.
Really running the timer down with these bans, trying to figure out exactly what they don't want to see them up against. Varus still on the table, though. That's sort of you're sort of counter-picking yourself if you choose that for Polemis. Here, if it isn't indeed this Syndra in the bot lane, it will be the Kai'Sa taken off the board. So they still think it will be towards mid. I think it's probably a safe bet so far, considering what's already been locked in for this top side.
Yep. There is a chance, of course, that Syndra does end up in the mid lane. I think Brattles is quite happy with that. Both champions play at the same range, and when you're playing in range of the Swain Claw, you're always going to be in danger, especially if it is Brattles. So it doesn't necessarily matter. It does, of course, give PSC the chance to pivot to something a bit more of a scaling carry pick. That said, I think the best options are very much off the table in the Caitlyn Bard. So you'd be looking for one of those second stringers. You could go something like you could just slam your bot lane and this B4-5 and go like Yunara Lulu potentially, but it would be very much out of left field. We'll see what they end up doing. As Kai'Sa ban, that is an odd one, because I think Kai'Sa is just Siv's great into Kai'Sa in general. So
yeah, and Kai'Sa into the Jarvan Swain as well. That'd be a bit of a miserable situation.
Yeah, Scott Bullet do value that ban, so they will be taking it away. I don't know if is our graphic okay? Is everything okay?
I think sometimes it just does that on the thing. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's just slowly ticking on down. It will be the Alistar.
Okay, Alistar taken away. So does that mean we're looking for something? Maybe a Rakan actually would make a lot of sense to just hard engage, follow up the J4. Can also play it alongside the Swain, locking them in place for the two, so we can give them the suck. and not too bad alongside the Sivir, so I don't mind the pick. You're still going to have this problem with the Scion and what you actually match up against it, but see what they end up with.
Gwen
ban
can be
very
taken
heads
away
up.
as well. Yeah, taking that away from Willy Wonka pairs pretty well with especially the Malignants that usually go on Swain as well. The Brattles we've seen go many times before. Just takes away that extra magic shred, and it's a free lane for the Gwen into the Scion anyway. So just getting one more threat off the table here before this second round. What are you thinking?
Poppy is available and really good with the J4. Immobile carry on the other side in the Syndra if she does go the bot side. Not bad if she goes mid either. And also has the ability to eject the 2 tanks away. So could be the angle they look to go for here. Would not work.
Could go
Wouldn't
set.
be too bad. Yeah, set.
I
Also,
can see the set.
yeah, a bit of a pocket pick. It definitely is going to be in the champion pool of Willy Wonka because, he plays everything. The thing we haven't really talked about actually is with these AP carries, things like Jax have just slightly less value. Yes, the Counter-Strike does reduce 30% of range of AoE damage, but it is still just that little bit less effective. So things like the Willy Wonka Jax, not necessarily something we're going to be seeing reach for every single time. I think you slam top here and yeah, Mondo. Okay.
Okay, Mondo's going to be locked here for the side of Willy Wonka, and I believe it will be the Yunara and the Lulu getting locked in. I'm hearing from production here for this bot side. So it will be that Skarner in the jungle. And then to round things out, it looks like it will be the Karma in that bot lane. So traditional bot lanes once again reign supreme in this first game.
Yeah, we're playing it very much standard here, just pushing bot lanes on both sides. Kind of like what I'm seeing on the Skull Bullet side more. The Yunara, of course, she will get to that point where she is able to rip the cord on the ultimate once the Fiend Hunter's bolts come through. So much damage, but until that point, pushing lane on the Sivir and Karma are really going to bring everything to bear and just make sure that they're pinned under tower, and that gives a lot of space for Brattles and Captain Tofu to pair up and make things happen around the map. And then Wonka can kind of just be left to his own devices. He's a Mundo. He's fine. So
yeah.
Really good draft. We'll see how they execute it. The other side, I think, very much looking for the mid-game fights. Yunara, Lulu has to find impact around a fight, and then you want to try and snowball it from there.
Looks like we're just about to get in towards our first game of the series. Can Perth Sailing Club potentially, if they win this, they will clinch at least a tiebreaker to secure a spot in playoffs. So everything on the line for this team. Skull Bullet just trying to stay ahead of the pack here with this victory. That's what it would mean. Stakes are here. The teams are ready to go.
And we are on the Rift, and let's see how this one plays out. E-Hop versus Brattles in that mid lane. Big matchup that I'm keeping my eye on. Have very much sung the praises of Brattles a lot throughout this broadcast, and we'll see how he performs, because E-Hop has been another one of those players where we've really, at least I've personally regarded this player very highly, but I think in the past couple of outings for this player, they just really haven't shown the results. Very stark contrast to Brattles, who I think has overperformed the expectations. So we'll see if E-Hop is able to restore a little bit of that prestige. As the claw goes wide, he's going to be able to walk up and press Q on Brattles. Very nice.
Yeah, early laning phase. Yeah, early laning phase for this Syndra should be pretty easy, as both of them have gone for the snow-themed skins as well. Anticipating, it's been really cold here in Perth recently, so
Good
I can't
handshake.
say that I disrespect the opinion as Brattles. Try to stack up those Conqueror stacks as a little bit of early trading with the auto attacks. That's what we love to see from our mages.
Yeah, both of these mages very much do have pretty significant wave clear breakpoints that need to be reached before they have a bit more agency. For both these champions, very much is just the Q ability. Whoever gets the extra points in it is going to have a big advantage. Brattles, of course, nice snare. Going to trade back quite nicely.
Big snare. Get some minions as well for good measure. And yeah, that Q from the Swain as well. If you can get 4 points in that towards like level 7-ish, you start clearing those waves incredibly fast. And it looks like they're going to jump on E-Hop if they get the chance. Vision of the Empire going to land the slow. have the Never Move available if they so choose. The flash not going to connect. Never Move, pull on in, might find the auto attack, and there it is. Brattles picking up the first blood.
And it's gorgeous by Brattles, and they may even pick up a Skarner for good measure. Tahiti, Alani, whatever you want to call him, he's dead on that Skarner, and just caught in the crossfire of that mid-brawl as the flash was drawn out by E-Hop, and they are able to flash follow. Brattles, really nice, just knowing the limits of this champion, is able to pick up the kill. And now 1-0-1 on this Swain. We talk about those breakpoints being really necessary for both of these mid laners. The thing that's really important for Swain is actually the cooldown reduction. The more points you get in the queue, the more more cooldown reduction you pick up. I actually do favor generally the Blackfire Torch build because it just gets you more haste online, just that little bit quicker. And it just lets you walk your opponent down, which against something relatively immobile like a Syndra, just makes so much difference. Wonka.
Speaking of walk them down, Willy Wonka
just decides
sends him straight back to the chocolate factory with that one. And oh no, he's dancing on him as well. Oh, that's a brutal way to go.
Yeah, this is exactly what we expect from this player. Unfortunately, it does feel like Halo is going to be very much outmatched through this series. Is on the tank duty, so doesn't necessarily have the biggest expectations on his shoulders, but Wonka, always impressive in that 1v1. Always able to find those advantages. In this case, just punishes just a little bit of a mispositioning by Halo. Had flash the whole time, by the way, but just didn't think he needed it because didn't realize that Mundo can just kill you like that.
Yeah, in this Mundo, the moment that level 16 comes online, I really pity E-Hop and Polemus's chances of dealing with that tank. And continuing to scale on up here. Cull now in the inventory for Wrangle, so going to make good use of this sort of slow position in the laning phase, you got to imagine. As another pause to come on through.
Yeah, we're going to take a breather. We'll take stock of this game. So Captain Tofu is moving up towards the top side. Looks like he was able to get a bit of a time to clear away some more camps. So decent lead for himself, all things considered. Hi, Max.
Hello again. Interesting start for sure, but I'm muted. Okay, there we go. Classic OCE.
There you go.
Muted out. Look, I wasn't expecting the pause, all right? The tech timeout, it catches us all off guard sometimes, but early days, couple interesting moments. It's always awkward when this happens because it just feels, everything feels out of balance.
Yeah, what do we
Everything
talk
feels out
about?
of sorts. I don't know. Talk about Skarner getting caught out early. That was kind of funny.
A bit ambitious.
Alani just, like, he was just chilling, farming, and then suddenly there's a fight happening right next to him, and he's kind of honor-bound to get involved in it, and he just really didn't want to. He was at the tail end of his clear.
All right, well, I'm good. Okay, I was a bit worried right there. Production was saying, all right, we're going to send it back in. And I'm like, hold on. Did we just literally cut to this just to make me look embarrassed? But no, we're still good. The game's still broken. We still get to yap. But I feel every jungler has been in that position, though, when you're just trying to farm, do your thing. It's like, team, why? What are you doing? Let me do my thing. I'm not strong until later in the game. We don't need to fight right now. We can play it patient. But it's OCE. It's just, that nerve is in you. You got to fight.
We just brawl.
They saw last game and they said we gotta step up our game. We gotta do even more than what we just saw.
It's like let's talk about the basic idea of invades, right? You invade because your opponents used a bunch of cooldowns when they're clearing. So what if two people invade when you're clearing and you've used your cooldowns? Just sucks. Bad time to be. Bad place to be.
So it's a bad place to be, but you know where's a good place to be? Back on the Rift in general. So we're going to throw it right back into this game right now. The second half of game number 3. Let's go.
Let's go.
Right back into things for game number 1 of this series. We won't have to wait any longer this time around. I'll have to see where they choose to go. It's already Scuttlers spawned, which means immediately we're going to see a 3v3 towards the mid lane.
Yep, Brattles just to be playing safely, respectful of this one, but Lox was able to get out towards the mid lane, which is from the push that was provided by Wrangle on the bot side. So he was already there to cover the play, which meant that Brattles was able to play relatively confident that he wasn't going to get anything forced onto him there. He's taking a lot of damage. E-Hop doesn't have the 6 available, but if he did, that would have been very, very scary. Here comes Alani.
Forced out. The Ishtali Impact's not going to make its mark this time around, and they are going to continue to move on forward. Maybe Gonna have to retake that driving test. Oh no, the never
Rattles.
move as well. And there it is.
Don't let him play Swain. Just don't do it. He's too good at it. Lox is taking a lot of damage.
Big polymorph from Styled. Might be able to find something off of that. Lox has to run for the hills, and there it is. There's the first one. Might be looking for more, but Tofu is here. The captain doesn't have the flash available, but flag and drag not going to be in range just yet, but manages to save Wrangle at the very least. 4-1 this kill count.
Yeah, but Polymos did have the flash available, so yeah, there was no way that fight was ever going to happen, or that gank was ever going to happen. So just there to be a little bit threatening. Really well played by Polymos and Styled, the veteran in the bot lane in that support role, and Polymos, one of the very much up and coming AD carries in that role, looking very, very good thus far in this game. Despite your mid lane troubles, they do still have that Yunara to fall back on. And as I said in the pregame, I think she is going to be very much a big deal in this game. Halo is really just consigned to being a tank. A lot of this game is just going to be all about E-Hop finding that scatter and having the opportunity for Yunara to just let rip and just kill the entire team.
Could see Tahiti looking for something. Might just try and scout out a little bit more information and take that top side. Willy Wonka has that ult available now. Won't be as impactful until that third point in the ability has been activated. And Chemtech for a first one would be nice. I don't know how that hit. That was a wild hitbox onto that Mundo there. They might look
lies.
Yeah, it is. It's very suspect.
It's the second most lyingest ability in League of Legends outside of Talon W, which Talon W is Rake, right? The one where he throws, yeah. That one lies to you, and it should be investigated. But Wonka, it looks like he's just trying to get this wave on the tower, and with the extra health, he's absolutely going to be able to do that. He is fine to be able to get his reset through. Dragon is up.
Ooh,
that's a good chunk onto Wrangle.
Yeah,
he's going to have to back
damage
off here. That's well timed because that dragon is up and available, and it did look like there was going to be pings coming down to that dragon from Skull Bullet, where they were looking to maybe start to play around that objective. This is going to give Alani a little bit extra time, clear his bot side, and get ready for this objective coming in.
They did burn the Ghost for it, to be fair. Vision of the Empire and the Never Move as well. They've got the Chain CC. They are just bullying E-Hop in this mid lane once again. And that's another kill on the board for this Swain, who is just completely accelerated.
Yeah, just so far ahead, and he's landing these roots or these snares rather from the Swain, and you can see E-Hop died there with his flash up. And this is what Mastery does sometimes. He finds angles that you just don't think exist. He's going to flash
Styled might have overestimated the capabilities here. The route to come on through. Braddles gets the Demon Flare. Might just drain tank him to death, but the shield barely keeps him alive a little bit longer. The Impale and the ult, rather, the Unleashed Power from E-Hop will trade things back, but there's another one on the board for Mr. Braddles, going towards that Blackfire Torch like you mentioned.
Yeah, Braddles just at the edge of that Demon Flare, the ultimate just about to time out, but the snare from the Karma is able to keep it alive, and then the E picks up the kill, and unfortunately is picked up. I think E-Hop did get that one, so Shutdown is going to give himself a little bit of extra gold going forward in this game, which is definitely going to be a welcome response from how the rest of this game has gone. But look at the items between these mid laners. CS leads slightly to E-Hop as he's been able to go up one wave, but that's going to be equalized slightly by Braddles. But the big difference is he is just going to get that Blackfire Torch online that little bit sooner. And with the way that Swain operates, especially with this Conqueror, we've seen this before from Braddles. You stack up so much bonus AP so quickly, and you just become unkillable.
Oh no.
Tofu's gone full of value, by the way.
Tofu has he's not playing around. He's got that Profane Hydra in the inventory, just traps him on in and forces out the flash instantly. This is going to be a miserable experience here.
Yeah, this is not how E-Hop wanted his night to go. Doesn't have the flash anymore, so that tool not going to be available next time that Tofu revisits. They're going to trade Grubs for the Dragon here. It looks like they're very happy to give up that. The bot lane has been very much holding its own for Wrangle and Lox, so just really waiting for that Sivir to come online. Happy to play that one a bit more passively, but the rest of the map very much on fire for the side of PSC, and really just Braddles and Wonka showing why we're putting so much respect on these players' names.
Cool,
That's
Polemus.
a lot of damage.
Just the pure attack speed of the lethal tempo plus that Lulu little extra burst there does an incredible amount of damage. E-Hop in trouble now.
Regang.
Flash drag flag. Almost finds it, barely manages to, and the Impale back on in, so it will be a trade at the very end of it all. Never mind, he barely lives. Oh my god. Unbelievable escapes within a hair's breadth.
Alani's going to want this whole game back. Just didn't get the chance to complete his first clear in peace. His mid laner is getting killed on cooldown. We're going to see the revisit gank here again. And remember, no flash rather. So Braddles walks up. He's just making sure that E-Hop isn't comfortable, isn't able to back off. And then E-Hop, that Scout of the Week was completely unnecessary, unfortunately. And does pay for it with his life. Ultimate comes through, but we know how this story ends. Tofu was able to get out with a sliver of health. This mid-jungle duo from Skullbullet, they're so impressive every time we watch them. And they're just getting it done in the bot side. Sorry, in the mid lane.
And if you looked at the replay, the wolf that he was taking when that entire fight happened was the thing that actually saved Tofu's life by tanking an extra tower shot there for him.
No way.
So just completely, screwing over his entire clear here and doesn't even get anything for it. That's got to be heartbreaking for this jungler. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tofu, oh no, has the ultimate back up and available once again.
And there's no flash.
There's no flash.
And no scatter now.
Might be tempted forward now that that's available. Vision of the Empire? Nah. Just has a bit of a how do you do this time around.
They're just putting pressure down. They know that all they need to do is just keep E-Hop honest. Make sure that he's having the worst time possible, which is definitely happening. Good scatter. That was blind, by the way.
This might be a bit of a awkward position here for, Tahiti. You got to back off there. You're not taking that.
Yeah,
The role quest already completed.
Yeah, already has the Swift March online. So when he pops that Demon Flare, the Demonic Ascension rather, he is just going to be so unstoppable walking into the middle of your team. As we already talked about, the stacking AP with the Conqueror and the Blackfire Torch working in unison. That means Captain Tofu is freed up to look towards his bot side, try and give some support to Lox and Wrangle.
Might be a bit awkward though, because this Skarner is still quite tanky, quite a threat. With this Heartsteel now online, could just allow Polemus to free hit. And this Kraken will absolutely not be a joke when you're taking all those auto attacks. And now Braddles chunked out a little bit, but this is what we've seen before. He's comfortable in this position, at least for now. Not in any major threat for the moment.
Yeah, he's going to take his reset here. Doesn't have the teleport, so he is going to have to just walk back to lane the long way. We didn't talk about it, but Dr. Mundo, Wonka, is the ult in mid.
Oh no.
Oh,
The pull back in once again.
Away. Look away, children. Up towards the top side, Dr. Mundo, Mr. Wonka, has been able to just completely outclass Halo and has been able to get that first tower on lock. So he has a 1.8k gold lead seemingly out of nowhere, has the Warlocks online. Yeah, so those trades just do not matter. He will sustain through them, just walk away.
He's got 4,000 health at 14 minutes.
Yeah, he's massive. He hasn't even got the Heartsteel online, which I imagine will be the next item with the double giant spells in the inventory. And make no mistake, he is a giant, and he's looking to take some space in the jungle. Everything is just going great for Skullbullet.
How does Polemus cut through this?
He doesn't, is the short answer. I mean, he does have the true damage from the Kraken Slayer. It will help a little bit, but he really isn't going to do meaningful damage until...
I think Kraken Slayer does physical, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah, sorry, they changed it. Yeah, never mind. But, he isn't going to do meaningful damage until Lord Doms come through, and that's a long way off.
Oh, yeah. Meanwhile, Braddles is going to continue to stack up these soul shards, right? Going to continue to get even tankier in the mid lane. Tofu is going to continue to get these lethality and damage items online. And it's just going to make the life of this mostly immobile AD carry even more disastrous as we head in towards our second dragon in a moment. PSC, they control the river for now. Another flash going to be burned in this mid lane. E-Hop has not had access to that flash for like 15 minutes by now, I feel like. Oh, no.
Wait, E-Hop doesn't get to live.
Oh, that's rough. TP coming on in as well, and Willy Wonka's leading the charge. Polemus trying to find something in towards the back line, completely misses the train. And now look at Willy Wonka. The Demonic Ascension is buying so much space. The Demon Flare pulls him on in, and they are running through Skull Bullet. They are looking to take this game home as quickly as you'd like it. And Willy Wonka might just dive the tower for good measure here. Look at this damage. Oh my god!
What
Gets the healing as well. Had the ult as well. Didn't even burn the ult. Was that confident.
He's using it now just to get some health back as he's recalling. Just a really well executed fight. They waited for the Yunara ultimate. Hopefully we'll see it again. But waited out the Yunara ultimate before they committed with their main damage tool, which was, make no mistake, the Swain. Now let's watch this. Polemus, he is in there, he is hitting. I'm not sure if he has the ultimate triggered yet. Waiting for it to happen, and it does happen right about now. And yeah, that's when they do just look to pounce. They've managed to catch Alani out. The Swain is able to find that incredible E on the back end of the fight. And he's just got the Swift March walking through the fight. There is no one who is really able to tank through the damage that Brattles does with this Swain. And then we've seen the rest of this. Wonka just walks up and takes Styled out. So that's how you doing.
Oh my god. This is like, I don't know how much ARAM Mayhem you play, but this is the average experience of anyone playing against Amundo in that game mode. But this is Norms. Doesn't have access to the tank engine. This is just pure raw damage here. Look at that.
Push.
Just one-shot the tower.
Queue up the track. Yeah, Wonka's... He goes where he pleases. Like, absolutely. He is very much indomitable here. You're going to find Alani, and they will just harass him out of his own jungle.
Oh, hang on. Little bit not as tanky with that lethality build, and they will pay the price for it. Polemus gets that one. Brattles running, might be able to escape, not going to be enough. And Polemus picks up one. So some big, important kills here for the side of PSC, but still a 5k gold lead.
Yeah, and important where the kills actually went, because the Yunara getting gold is so crucial at this stage of the game. Polemus is looking for more. Scatter
Flash forced.
Yeah, the Yunara getting gold at this stage of the game, very, very important, because we're hitting the point where even with that 5k gold lead, that the Yunara can still be relatively competitive before they're really blown out of the water, before that Sivir gets 3 items online, gets that classics, 400 CS, win-con Sivir. But this is a decent fight. They catch Tofu on the side, Alani's able to try and go through the wall, which draws out the blast cone from the supporting cast, and then they just cut down Brattles. Because Brattles can't stand to deliver by himself. He's not that massive threat at this point where he can just drain tank through an entire team. He's built a relatively squishy damage-focused Swain build, so he needs the team around him, and without that backup, rightly, PSC recognize, yeah, they could just go forward and kill him and get Polemus off to the races, and he is off to the races. 1.8k gold lead, very much the strongest member on the side of PSC with the punishment that E-Hop has endured, and very much the shining light alongside Styled, so... want to see what they can do in this game to try and find those fights, and it has to be around one of those major objectives, you have to think, because that's the only time where everyone's going to be really on that same screen without someone on the side lane like a Swain or a Mundo just killing you on the side lane. So
hang on a moment. Oh, we're just going all the way in. We don't even worry about the damage to the tower. There's the first. Looking for Polemus. Might be able to find something on the other side of things. Wrangle goes on down. Now, how much more can they get? Pull on back in from the Never Move. Not going to be available here, but still drain tanking for the moment. It's a 2-for-2 trade, but ultimately, Skull Bullet, you're happy with that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think PSC will walk away relatively happy. They did get some kills, and even trades generally are okay for the team that's behind, but just a crazy overcommit here by Tofu. Didn't even go for the initial tower, saw the low health bar on Styled and really wanted to do something about it, but he's too squishy. And then Brattles just perches himself in the middle of this fight. Polemus tries to fight his way out, does get that one kill back, but that's all they're going to get, and at that point, not enough damage left in the tank. Not enough reasons for Brattles to be in the middle of the enemy team. So they do decide to rip the cord. Still a 5k gold lead for SKB. Still a Mundo who is very much unkillable at this stage of the game. Although, the Mortal Reminder has been picked up. So they might do some damage to him. He might decide to take damage.
Has the ult though. so definitely
Goes
not going to make too much of a difference there, at least for now.
Look at mid lane. It's opening up your mid lane for some more punishment at the hands of the bot lane of SKB as well as the jungler. You're also going to take away some more camps on the bot side, really nice, and then probably send Brattles down towards the bot side to get some more pressure, and that means that this dragon very much secured for the side of SKB.
Oh, 3 Cloud Drakes for this Swain is on the table. It is going to be a Cloud Soul for a Mundo who's going to run at your face.
Come on, Tofu. 366 milliseconds. Come on, man. I know you're not on pressure, but like, let's tighten it up. Tofu's been so good in the last few tournaments we've seen him in.
Yeah.
We talk about the Teemo jungle, kind of this meme pick, but I really do feel like on things like the Vi, the J4, all these classic meta jungle picks, he's just been so impressive alongside the team, and you're really good at empowering his mid laner, and has a top laner in this game where he doesn't really have to do a whole lot.
Yeah. I mean, it's part of the reason why this team is currently 10-2 in the standings, you know. They haven't lost a single series. They're the only team in the tournament, I believe, to have not lost a single series. They've only drawn or won. So they're still behind in points compared to the Dream Team, but they are quite far ahead at this point, and they might actually overtake if they 2-0 this. They will be first in the group, crucially.
Yeah, and well deserved. I think they do come in as very much the favourites coming to the playoffs. We'll see if PSC can try and find some angles back in this game. Has to very much come from the back of that Yunara, looking for a big fight around an objective, but 7.2k gold lead, and more importantly, iEdge coming in.
What happened down here? Oh no.
Just died.
Oh
this
no.
is... Oh.
Oh my god! That's absurd.
Hey, he might be tanky and unkillable, but don't worry. He also does all the damage.
And that's without the Bloodmail, right? This is just Titanic on the board here. Still has the ultimate to work with. He's going to burn that and run right at Polemus's face, but the chain CC is good, and they might have it. This raid boss might finally fall on down, but still takes the Lulu with him.
That one felt personal. Style just stepped up. He just a couple of steps too far, and Wonka said, "Thank you very much." And just slapped him down. A little bit of a parting gift from this Mundo. And yeah, Mundo quite large in this game. Now, the thing that I'm looking for is going to be when they look to pull the trigger on the Baron. And I think that trigger gets pulled probably around the point when Wrangle has most of his next item completed. Looks like he's going for that Zeal item. Usually is going to be the cooldown Zeal item. What's its name? Help me out here.
Fiend Hunter? Oh, no, Navori.
Navori, thank you. Yeah, it's probably going to be that Navori on the Sivir.
It looks like, Bandlepipe going to be picked up as well for Tahiti. So completely eschewing the rest of the tankiness and just going for these, cheap support items with high stats that you can just slam the rest of the build in.
Yeah,
recognizes he's that far behind. Yeah.
Yeah, not only is it a cheap spike, but I also kind of like it in the shape of this game because you do want a quick fight. You want the fight to be over in the scope of the Yunara ultimate. Because if you don't, then Swain Sivir.
Rattles is in trouble. Flash on forward from Polemus.
There it
works
is.
out this time around. There's 2 kills right there for you. And now Willy Wonka might be in a bit of trouble. Flash, flag, drag. Not going to find anything because the Impale is here. And a big team fight win for Perth. And they are representing WA with that one. The flash on forward. It's a clean ace out of nowhere.
And that's exactly the fight that I was saying they wanted to have. They just had Yunara boosted by the Lulu just running at the enemy's faces. We're going to see it again. They catch Brattles before he can get the Demon Flare running. Doesn't have anyone in the ultimate to get the drain through. Polemus flashes forward, gets the 2 squishy members down. And then Wonka just trickles into the fight and unfortunately just gets locked up. Tofu also just scatter the weak, too squishy to actually survive. And Polemus, free hitting this whole time, is just unlocked in this game. And then unfortunately the Sivir, without really having that third item online, just doesn't really have anything to bring. And also just hasn't got the support of a team to play. So also gets cut down at the end of the play. And just like that, 1.2k gold lead on SKB, closed by PSC. and the Baron picked up on the back end of it.
Yeah, almost completely going to secure that gold lead difference there. 30 seconds before the soul point as well, crucially, for Skull Bullet here. That was a big fight, and ultimately, Polemis is just insane on this Yunara so far, building towards the IE for that 5th item as well, is so far ahead of Wrangle. Hang on though, they're looking for a fight, looking for the angles. Styled could be in a bit of trouble. Doesn't get the polymorph just yet. Big chunk of damage, and Polemis just one-shots him. Impale into the back line, and now Braddles is in trouble as well. The pullback in is not going to be there, and they are fighting these really weird angles here, and it's giving PSC a big opening.
Yeah, just not focusing the target. Really need to be killing Polemis at the start of the fight, but Tofu just goes in and gets blown up. And then Braddles pops the ultimate on the side of the fight where he isn't able to just walk in because he doesn't have the support from the Mundo to walk into there. And then Polemis is just, once again, free hitting. So it's going to be Dragon picked up. It is going to be that gold lead reclaimed by PSC. And the big item spike I actually want to talk about is Polemis getting that Hex Optics online, because Yunara is a relatively short-range champion, but when she has the extra range from that Hex Optics, just so much safer. Also, why do we not like Styled?
I know.
Like, Styled's a nice guy. Like, just leave my boy alone.
I feel like when you see the order of priority here for Perth Sailing Club, the Yunara, I feel like, should be at the top of that.
Yeah, I would
maybe
agree.
That's just me. Maybe that's just me.
Maybe. But like that's 2 times where in their dying moments, both Tofu and Willy Wonka have decided that it is going to be Styles' life they attempt to claim. That time unsuccessfully by Tofu, and that has very much put Polemis and Co in the driving seat, and they now have that IE completed on Yunara. Now compare and contrast. Siva just has the 3 items online, and that is very much going to be the difference.
6k gold lead.
Yeah, that is huge. That means that they can roll Polemis around the map, scatter the weak lands, and Polemis presses R, then E, and then kills everyone.
Mundo's 18, which means that ultimate is going to be incredibly strong now, especially with this Bloodmail online. But this is a 5-item Yunara backed up by an Ardent Sensor Lulu. Like, the chances of getting towards this carry to be able to one-shot are slim to none at this point.
Yeah, and our production was trying to give us a stat. I think it was from the Mortal Reminder healing reduction. If I can get that number again, I would... What? 1,500 previously. We're going to get the new number. So that Mortal Reminder paying for itself... Yeah, that's gross. So it's nearly 3k of reduced healing from regen and healing and all that sort of stuff. We got a great breakdown for production, but trust us, that Mortal Reminder is doing work. So as ahead as Mundo is, Willy Wonka is becoming less and less of a factor in this game.
Oh yeah. And Tofu's becoming even less of a factor, right? Because the whole thing about, oh, hang on a moment, just immediately rushing on in, Polemis, no fear in the eyes of this AD carry. Oh my god, just melting through the Mundo! This AD carry's on fire! And they might look to end, potentially, here.
It can't end, but they will get the inhibitor down. They don't have pressure in the other lanes. They have Fake Halo pushing in that bot side, so they can look to reconnect with him. Look to set up on this top side, on this bot side jungle, and maybe look for a catch coming in. At the very least, they can pressure. But Polemis... burning his flash on cooldown every single time. And that's not the only tool he has. He has a Lulu behind him. So...
Willy Wonka just has no resistances. Like, health's all good, but, you know, you need something to actually reduce the damage that you're going to take at this point.
Looks like they're going to eventually decide to walk away from this one, you have to think. And this is where I have to start to criticize, I think. The decision to go for this full lethality Jarvan.
Yeah.
Because you are your team's only go button, so it looks like they are looking to engage.
Oh, that's a Siva face tanking a Scion ult. Manages to get the shield up in time at the very least. So the engage will be called off once again. But yeah, the lethality Jarvan really just falls off a cliff.
Yeah, the only real health he has is going to be from that Black Cleaver. He is now building towards what will eventually, I imagine, be a GA, which is going to help his survivability, but not by enough. He really does need to be the person pulling the trigger and getting in there. And the past few times we've seen, he has been either polymorphed, he jumped into the wild growth by Styled, who has been playing a fantastic game on this Lulu, supporting Palamus. And he just hasn't really been able to find the impact. Now, the other thing you probably would want is just another member who is going to be bringing a bit more kind of dive threat, and you don't really have that with the Mundo or the Swain. But if you had the time being bought by a J4 for the Swain to waddle his way into the fight and start demon flaring all over people, then you might have a bit more of a winning formula. But as it stands, there is no one who can be in range of Palamus for even a second.
Palamus is fighting for the tournament here. That's what's at stake, and you can really feel it from this team. What a comeback they've had at this point. Tofu, yeah, you need to get the hell out of Dodge there.
He just runs.
You gotta run. That's way too far forward. Big chunk of damage with those cleavers at the very least, but that's not going to mean a whole lot when it comes around to the dragon here. Do they trade the dragon for Baron, or do they... I mean, it's rough. This Yunara is just... I'd love to see the damage charts, or at least learn the damage charts towards the end of this game, because it's got to be something absurd.
Yeah, she's doing all of the damage. And Ehop has had a rough game. He was targeted early, but as I said, his entire job at this point is just scatter the weak. I mean, there's a world where his ideal interaction in a team fight is just ult into scatter to get as many people as possible. And that's all he has to do, and then Palamus does the rest. It is going to be Baron controlled by SKB, but I don't think they care on PSC. Like, they can just run up the mid lane, and that's what they're threatening to do.
They're going for a bit of a death bush situation here. Palamus is very far forward if they choose to go for it. Wait, what? Oh,
nice one by the observers.
It's keeping us on our toes.
Thank you, guys.
Never know when a fight will break out. All eyes have to be on the 80 carry here, as Willy Wonka is way out of position. Has to burn the ghost.
That's not your side of the map, dude.
No.
I don't know how he got
really
there.
take this tower.
Yeah, you know that picture of a horse stuck in a fence?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Wonka right now. He's gonna be able to walk his way down towards the bot side where he does have a wave waiting. So he actually
might get the tower in
yeah, he might end up having some threat on that tower. But you got to think that the Baron is the next thought in the minds of PSC. Started by SKB though.
Yeah, they're going for something here. Palamus isn't there just yet, but they might just look to turn. You got to imagine this is a very awkward fight position. Braddles
teleport
will just get one shot by this Yunara if it gets a chance. Willy Wonka teleporting on in, has a massive shield. Palamus over the wall, flash, doesn't have the CC just yet, pulled out of the way and lives from the Cataclysm for the time being. Braddles in trouble, burning on down, look at the health, and they managed to shut down the Yunara. So now they have a chance in this fight. Halo on the run. Ehop over the wall, trying to find something. Nice scatter the weak, picks up one. And Tofu not tanky enough for the moment. It will be a 2-for-2. Somehow no one else dies.
Great fight by SKB. They curate the fight that they want. They use the terrain to their advantage and actually find the maximum effect with the Cataclysm and the Swain ultimate, so that Palamus is forced to disengage from the fight and isn't able to freely hit, isn't able to move through the fight with the support of the Lulu. And they're able to find that key target and shut them down. Now they're going to look to start up this Baron. Don't know if they have the damage to do this quickly. They are at least going to have some interference from the Lulu and the Syndra. That might just go down in the end. And we're going to see it again. Watch how this fight breaks out. So it's just Halo and Delani just being annoying at the start of the fight. Tahiti rather. And then Palamus tries to join the fight, has the Mundo run at him. This is when Tofu is able to just rejoin the fight, gets the knockup, gets the Cataclysm. Palamus doesn't have any of those priority targets here. He isn't able to freely do damage, and Braddles is just walking through the fight, and that's when they are able to find Palamus and shut him down with Wonka. So really well played, and stay tuned.
Nothing else happened after that. Locks got in the replay booth and stopped the death from occurring. I think that's actually what happened. Yeah. But Baron going to be picked up from Skull Bullet here. All eyes have to be on this dragon. Really don't want to see this Yunara now with a Guardian Angel 6th item get access to that soul. It's going to be a bit of a disastrous position to come back from. They still don't really have a way to deal with this Yunara. There's no heal cut, really. There's no Serpent's Fang from Tofu, which I thought would have been an obvious pick up here. But the Randuin's crucially is completed from this level 20 Dr. Mundo, so we'll have much more tankiness and effective HP dealing with this Yunara now.
Yeah, and the other thing that has been a bit of a struggle for SKB so far is actually just having the damage to kill this Scion. And now that problem is largely going to be solved by the fact that the Sivir does have Lord Doms online. But you can see how much of a struggle that is. So we'll see what the next fight looks like as both AD carries are very much coming online. I think the Yunara, with the Lulu behind her, probably going to be the queen of just straight up DPSing people in this game. But the Sivir is getting to the point where she's going to be able to be a bit more competitive. So could be a bit more of an honest 5v5 in the next fight. But SKB, we saw the winning formula from that last fight. Really need to make sure they're fighting around terrain using the Swain to their advantage.
Ooh,
this
hang
is
on a
Wonka
moment.
dead.
Wonka is just going to get one shot here, just building up even more of the damage graph. And that what Lidley was able to do, I say what Lidley still did half his health, is not going to make too much of a dent.
Look at that damage from Polemus.
They pick up a kill for free. 5 seconds until this dragon, without your tank, who's been caught out on the side lane, is going to be a nasty situation to find yourselves in, especially with Wrangle not really able to do a fraction of what Polemus can.
And it's going to be that Cloud Drake denied from SKB. We were talking about how good that would be on a Mundo,
Yeah.
on a Swain, but that is not going to be an option. But the big thing I think it gives you is just so much more ability for Polemus to stick in the fights. She really does rely on that ultimate. Even with the Fiend Hunter's bolts, once that's down, she just feels like she's less of a champion. But now, maneuverability through the fight's always going to be there with the Lulu behind her. That's going to be a really big deal going deeper into this game.
Less than 400 is the end goal of that Baron power play, so not really able to make too much effectiveness out of that. As we start to get into the end game here, Perth Sailing Club, they are... It's crazy, because like to start out this game, I really thought this was just going to be business as usual from Skullbull. I really thought they were just going to come on through and contest for first in this group. And now we might be seeing a massive upset in the standings here, a potential playoffs berth secured if they can 2-0.
Yeah, definitely all to play for here for PSC, and all off the back of Polemus' Yunara. It's come up so clutch time and time again. And Halo has actually been such a good serviceable frontline for the team. Really critical in a lot of the catches that kept him into this game.
Hopefully those Knight's Vows are on different carries, I'd hope. We'll have to see here. I believe... Yeah, we've got... Okay, E-Hop's got Knight's Vow as well, who's, you know, despite the early game roughness, has got the items online now. We'll have the execute. We'll have that extra bit of AP in the inventory. Braddles could be in a bit of trouble. Ghost to safety. Willy Wonka's nowhere nearby, but a good escape attempt from Braddles, at least for the moment. He's so fast! And it will just be Braddles falling on down. Even with the Frozen Heart, even with the Rylai's, even with the Swift March, it won't be enough.
It's just not enough. He doesn't have the support of the team around him, and they just deathball towards him. They just press W forward on PSC because they know they can. They know that everyone else is otherwise occupied. And here's the next victim on the chopping block.
Just adding an extra 10k to the damage graph for Polemus at this point. So they're so fast. What can you do?
But here's the thing. Once the resets
hang on.
Wait, Wonka? Wait, what?
Oh, jeez.
Okay.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
guess
he
you
can
can
do
draw
it.
them back.
Yeah, he will get some backs out. That is going to get the Syndra and Lulu back from E-Hop and Styled. Next objective is going to be that Baron up and available very shortly in 40 seconds. So that's probably where we draw our line in the sand for these two teams. Now, the thing I wanted to call out is that Tofu does have GA available.
Yeah.
And that is general admission to a team fight. at least once. So the concerns I had before about who pulls the trigger, who gets in, who buys the space for the Swain to do his work, they are kind of diminished by the fact that Tofu does have a go button. It's just going to be a question of what the Sivir can do behind him, and whether Wonka can stop getting caught, because he's caught again.
The Wonka. The Yunara's right there in the face, and this is just going to be another kill given on over. They will trade the Baron for it, crucially. Potentially, there's double TPs coming forth. Hang on a moment. This might not be so free, as it looks like. 3 on the way, buying time for the jungler. Look at the tankiness of this Swain. Sorry, of this Sion, rather. The Swain just falls on down. And that might be the game, just like that. You got to imagine it's 40 minutes in. They've got a free Baron at their disposal if they so wish. E-Hop doesn't land the stun, but Locks will fall on down all the same. And now, for the first time this game, PSC are ahead in the kills.
Ahead in the kills, ahead in the gold. They're finding everything they want. Wait, E-Hop's going to lose his life.
Oh, hang on. Oh, big kill pick up there from Wrangle, but look at Polemus, who's right nearby. The sacrificial lamb from Tofu. I don't know if this is the right play. I think maybe you sacrifice the Sivir for yourself. Gets to safety, at least for the moment, but yeah, this is a full build Yunara. You cannot deal with this threat. And they will get a free Baron for themselves now that Tofu's down.
Yeah, that was just a bit of an overextension after the play. Now, Halo, keep your eyes on him. Interrupts the flag and drag, which I think was just out of range anyway, but that little extra seconds of movement was all that mattered for Tofu to not get that flag and drag away. Really nicely played. And then, yeah, you just have the stronger team fighting composition with the Lulu and the Yunara. We've talked about it several times, but that was effectively all that fight was. Tahiti going to pull the cord out.
Baron secured just like that.
Ow.
Now they take the lead. These level markers are off the charts here on the scoreboard. Look at Tahiti, look at E-Hop. It's all the way.
I don't think you can get much more level than that. Everyone is level 18. Everyone is effectively full build.
Even the supports, I think.
Yeah, now is the time where we do find out who is the better effective, just straight up DPS 80 carry, because Sivir has often held that crown, but I think Yunara is probably the better one. The more important thing, I think, is going to be that extra range from the Hex Optics. Once she gets that initial kill, she's got more target access with the extra range, whereas Sivir has not opted for that item. So very much relying on the front line.
Crucially as well, Polemus has swapped out the Kraken Slayer for the Bork, recognizing that just tearing through the front line will be the way to go. Tofu jumps on in, but it won't be enough. Look at the damage! And the carries just melt. Wrangle's going to be in the face of 3. A great scatter the week will scatter their enemies to dust, and Skull Bullet, what was an almost guaranteed victory from the early game, has turned disastrous as Perth Sailing Club, representing WA in their blood, will have at least a chance of contesting for a playoffs spot.
Still have a lot to play for, but a great showing by Perth Sailing Club. Not smooth sailing by any stretch of the imagination early on, but they find the team fights down the stretch, and that was the big difference. Polemus and Styled in that bot lane. The Lulu was such a big deal. The Yunara just running through people, and the rest of the team just had to play supporting cast.
That game, it was, again, the marathon, not the sprint. Look, I was coming in ready to make all of like the Mundo, Iceberg, Titanic puns, because he really did feel like that big wall that was unstoppable. But I guess a reoccurring theme when it comes to OCE, teams just unable to finish with the advantage that they have, and credit where it is due to Polemos. I mean, I'm kind of just repeating what you've been saying all game, but we saw the Yunara get to that late game. We saw the team play around Polemos, who had to be that carry, who had to step up, and the veteranship to handle the early game offset, the early game disadvantages, and bounce back and win. It's why you can never discount the vets weapon. It's why you can't do it.
You absolutely can't. Like, they know how to navigate these situations, and I give full credit to Styled and Tahiti especially for being, I imagine, the voices on this team. But there comes a point where, there's always these debates, right? Like, do we give player of the match to the AD carry because they did boom boom damage and all that sort of stuff? That was a game where I think I just give Playmist their flowers, because flashing forward, the decision to flash forward is not an easy one to make in a competitive game as an AD carry, and they played on the edge, like on that nice edge, so well, supported by the team. And yeah, full credit to the whole team for navigating the early game and then just Playmist 4. Whoa, some incredible team fighting.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the way you got to look at it. So now, Mercury, I throw it back to you. Looking forward, look, we were predicting maybe a bit of an upset today. You were the one, though, who at the very start did believe in the Perth Sailing Club. You were the one who was saying, hold on, guys, this team, they could be the one to come through. They're now one game away from the playoffs. Can they actually go all the way?
I think they can, right? I mean, like, that losing like that has to be so incredibly tilting, right? Because part of that has to be, you got to imagine, from the draft, right? You see a massive Scion, you see a massive Skarner, and you don't go for something like the Seth that can really use that tankiness against a backline like that. The Mundo had some good moments, but it ultimately wasn't able to do too much. As I've got the damage graph in front of me, 88,000 damage from this Yunara. 88,000.
I mean, there was some big health bars on that team to hit. And the other thing that I wanted to call out was just the lack of a dive threat on the Yunara when they were down the stretch. Like, they had the Jarvan, who was an unreliable sort of stun at best. And they didn't really have anyone else to bring to bear to that kind of party. Like, Mundo is a health bar, and he was able to split push, and that's what you saw Wonka trying to do for most of that game. But when it came to the team fights, like, who pulled the trigger, and then the lethality, we've already talked about it, just wasn't a great choice.
Is there also some criticism that we can throw Wonka's way? Because, I mean, it felt like at times they had a couple good fights where he looked unkillable, but then still believed they were unkillable. It felt like in every single situation moving forwards.
Yeah, I'd agree.
And got caught crucially a few times before major fights, right? In the top lane, got caught, and then they couldn't even contest for that dragon, that crucial fight there. Got caught bot lane again, I think 3 times total, I think I saw it. And, when you're that far ahead, when you have that much riding on you as the solo tank of the team, you really gotta be aware of the map.
Yeah. It is. Go ahead, Weapon.
I was just going to echo the points. I mean, he was massive. Here we see the damage. That is a lot. Playmist did basically all of it by himself. And yeah, the E-Hop was bullied early. The other thing is that I think they just weren't really able to capitalize on this Swain. And a lot of it was just a lack of crowd control. Because the J4, again, like, he is that engaged, right? But then what follows is going to be a Karma snare. There was no sort of large crowd control, like team-wide crowd control they were able to bring, say an Ornn in the top lane might have. So when the Swain was able to get into the fights, initially it looked great because it was small skirmishes. But when everyone is there and when you've got the full peel of, a Scion, Skarner, Lulu, there was no way the Brattles was ever going to be effective in the fights.
And it definitely felt that way till the bitter end. Look, we're going to go to a break because I want to get to this last game as soon as possible. So I'm taking over. I'm throwing to it now. When we come back, it can happen. The Perth Sailing Club, not Crumb, Club, they can punch their ticket into the playoffs. They want more than crumbs. They want the whole cake. They want everything. So we're going to go to that break. When we come back, our final game of the night. It is moments like this where I do not envy you two at all, because you just had that 40-minute marathon comeback game, and now arguably the most important single game of the OCL season coming up right now. The Perth club, they've gone sailing. They see their destination. It's right there, one game away. They could be the ones who can do it. And Mercury, I'm going to you. As the believer, what do they need to do in this draft? What do they need to do in this game to just get across that line?
They need to, for one, I think, hope that Skull Bullet continue with that sort of unorthodox draft that doesn't really have any late game hope. And they got to put Polemog on another one of those hyper scaling AD carries. I think they can bring it home for Perth. If Frio can do it, then these guys can do it.
But I'm nervous though, because if you run the same thing back, well, now maybe your opponents can adapt to it. And Frio always fails at the last hurdle. That's Frio.
No, they will.
They'll do it this year.
They will do it this year. I have faith. I have faith they'll do it this year.
Okay, yeah, cool. I wanted to get clarification that you're a Frio fan, just to figure out how deluded you are. Yeah, no, fair enough. I'm not a football guy, but I know one thing, and Max knows it as well. They have been really good this season, though. But yeah, I do agree. Now, I think the thing about that game is that they, on the side of Skull Bullet, no enablement of their real star players. I'm surprised. I would be surprised if we see Wonka on another tank. I don't think that's going to happen again, because as good as Wonka is, and as good as he did, he pushed down that first tower very quickly. Halo was great in the mid to late game team fights, and I don't think he should be allowed to be great. So I expect a lot of topside focus. I would not be surprised if we fully pivot, just go straight meta, mage in the bot lane, play roaming supports, try and enable the rest of the map.
I mean, I like it. My brain likes it, right? It's like, okay, that makes sense. That's what we want to see. But I've been having fun seeing all these teams break meta and then maybe fall a bit flat on their face. Actually, that has been a recurring theme, so maybe we should see the standard return. But I don't know. Either way, it does sound like we're about to find out which way this draft will go, because the players are ready. They're calling it for things to be stock standard. I'm going to be the one to say now. There'll be some spice in there. So Mercury, take us in. Let's see where this draft goes.
Thank you once again, Max. I cannot wait to bring us in to our final game of the night here. I believe. Jump the gun just a little bit there.
All right. No, that's okay.
Maybe
I get to see the draft this time. Ooh.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's because they're cooking something special. It's what I'm saying, right? Like, it's
we can just imagine it in our minds, if you will.
Let's just do like a real scuff. Like, we'll kind of squash us, and we'll put the draft
very
underneath.
Expressionist.
And we can do like a try cast draft. I think that'll be great.
That sounds terrible, because all I will do in that draft is be like, yeah, but that could have been Aurelian Soul, though.
Yeah, and it could have been.
Realistically, it should have been.
Really,
let's be honest.
He's a mage, I will say. Have we seen Aurelian Soul bot? I feel like we've seen that.
I don't think it'd go that well, because his wave clear isn't that great early, right? Because he really needs that.
LCP.
Potentially,
he needs the old build, and he needs to go back into the jungle. And that's where I trust this draft will go. Teams, do not let me down. Let's get into it.
Let's do it.
Here we go. In towards the draft for game number 2, the final one of the night. Perth Sailing Club. They win this, they lock playoffs. That's on the line, right? They're already guaranteed at least a tiebreaker, so they've got that on the menu. And we already see Skull Bullet banning away those roaming supports that you mentioned.
Yeah, definitely do not want to put those in the hands of Style, the veteran on the team, alongside Tahiti, very much one of the strong voices on the team, you have to imagine. A lot of coaching experience on that guy, so definitely knows how the game of League of Legends works, and definitely showed it in the last game. Really, really calm under fire on that Lulu, outside of a couple of times when he got unceremoniously slapped down by Amundo. But Caitlyn Bardban has remained very consistent throughout this series. I mean, it's only been one game, but it's interesting that has been the target for both of these drafts. So we'll see what remains. It is going to be that Vi. Oriana also available if you do want to look to grab that. But Tahiti, okay, he's going to go for the Xin Zhao.
And with Swain off the menu, it means that possibly we do see a Vi Ari as that mid duo for the side of Skull Bullet, right? This is another one of Braddle's, favorite champions here. I would be surprised if they turn it over or if they don't go for it at all here. could be a good first round, right? But again, you do want to sort of see what the composition is building towards before you lock that in. And the Xin Zhao into the Ari can really make a difference, especially when you can very easily interrupt the dash with that knockup. Olaf going to be instantly locked in here. So saying, hey, you want to play Cassiopeia? Nope, not anymore.
Yeah, love that. Target agnostic, I would call the Olaf. Doesn't care what he's looking at.
Just runs at them.
Yeah, not a bad blind. There are very few bad matches for Olaf. There is the Brattles Aurora. So I was going to say, there's a few options for Brattles that we do know he loves to reach for, the Aurora being one of them. So chance that Captain Tofu does reach for the Nocturne is the pairing alongside that, because it is just fantastic with two R buttons that work really well together. There is the expected Cassiopeia. Obviously great into the Aurora, because you just, when you hit that Q, you run her down, the W stops her from bunny hopping away. Could also look towards the bot lane, but I expect that will be the mid. And then we'll see what the draft gets rounded out here. Would not be surprised if we go for one of our supports. Wish I could see our Fearless Bands, but I'm pretty sure the Nautilus is available, right? Is it?
The Fearless Bands are in the middle.
Oh my god. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I haven't been looking. I never look there. That's where I am.
There we go.
You can't lock that in. That's probably going to be
hang on a moment.
Yeah,
there we go. I was going to say, unless we're throwing Fearless out for Perth, I wouldn't say no to that.
I mean,
let them run them back with the Inara, but there is the Cassante going into that top side. Could still be Olaf jungle, potentially.
If Perth teams can do anything, it is Warp Reality. Like how Fremantle are currently, 13-2 or something. But yeah, the Cassante actually not great here, because yes, it is going to be a tank, it is serviceable, but not awesome into the Olaf, who does classically counter you. So this feels like it's very much picking for the team, really giving you that front line that is able to bring CC to the table. The Ashe priority in this tournament continues to stick around, and I got to say it's weird, but it does give you another go button, which is something that we wanted to see more of from Skullbullet moving into this next game. So if they're not going to have it from mid or top, then why not draft in support, I guess.
I'll have you know we are 18-2. Thank you.
18-2, there you go.
Yeah. Even better. Those are the type of that percentage win chance is the type of chance that I like to see from Perth Sailing Club going into this.
What's the meme? It's like, congratulations on winning the premiership, Fremantle.
Yeah.
There's no way they can come back. Yeah. Okay. Glad you get me. Narban, I mean, there is a chance that this is going to be an Olaf jungle, so sure. But I think there's every chance that this ends up being an Olaf in the top lane. That's probably a ban that you could have used for something else.
They seem to suspect it with the Narban.
Yeah, I don't think there's any chance that you would want anything other than Olaf beating Cassante's face in on the top side. So the Nautilus ban feels heads up, because I think what you probably want is just more protection from your immobile carry and to secure one of the remaining go buttons for yourself, which is probably going to be something like that Leona.
With Melban, it does give credence to potentially, never mind, that's a Kai'Sa ban. Never mind then. I was completely baited by the graphic there. It is the Kai'Sa getting taken away, so it will be most likely the Leona as that pick for Skullbullet.
Yeah, and we'll see what ends up being banned here. I'm not sure if that is a final ban we're still waiting for on the side of Perth Sailing Club. But yeah, Leona priority probably jumps up. We'll do a quick refresh and we'll find out, as there's a Seraphine ban. Yeah, so Ashe Seraphine, I mean, it is a combo. If we're going to play standard lanes, it is something that has been pretty serviceable. But I would not be surprised if we see Leona or another signature sort of go button champion. Alistair, obviously another option, but not quite as effective into things like the Xin Zhao and the Cassante. Forgot the champion's name momentarily. Also awful into into Cassiopeia. Don't want to see that.
I wonder if you can you Leona E out of miasma? I'm not exactly sure.
I'm pretty sure it stops you. Like you hit the E, but you don't actually go anywhere because you're rooted in place.
Okay, that's a victor.
Yeah, not terrible. I mean, it will eventually hit a point where you get to wave clear and you keep
Aurora top.
Oh, we didn't even consider it. No, maybe yeah. Huh.
So it must be Aurora top, Olaf, unless they're doing something crazy and it's like Olaf support with Ashe. Not terrible in conceptually, not a terrible idea.
It's thematically something.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so that confirms Cassiopeia mid, which means we're probably looking at Lucian Milio, I imagine, or Lucian Nami, one of those pairings. We do have a go button on the side of Perth per Sailing Club in the Xin Zhao, and that's a fairly reliable one. So I think you can round out your draft with some backline support, and that feels pretty good. And then we just have to answer the question of, I think the Aurora top feels like it makes the most sense. And then it's Victor mid, and then we're still looking for that next go button, which, like, it has to be the Leona. It has to be.
Yeah, Leona?
What else really remains?
I mean, not really a go button, but maybe Blitzcrank, probably not. Maybe Braum, probably not. It probably is the Leona at this point, I gotta imagine. Or Alistar, that's still on the table if they so choose. Few options for them to go for here, as they are running down this timer and really preventing us from figuring out what they're going to do with this draft. But so far, I quite like PSC's draft.
Yeah, so it's very standard, right? And there's a reason why we see this a lot in competitive. This exact configuration of champions has been played multiple times before because it just kind of does everything. Yeah. It has primary engage with the Xin Zhao. It has secondary engage potentially with the Casio or the Cassante. It has peel with the Cassante, and then the Milio just provides speed and healing across the entire team, while Lucian just does his thing uninhibited. That is effectively a go button in the Nami, but it's not the most reliable of them. And when you've got to think something like a Milio that can press R after the tidal wave lands, I don't really have a lot of faith in how effective this is going to be.
Well, we'll have Max back in here for our to get a sense of this draft. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking if the Karma didn't work, why is the Nami going to work?
Yeah.
That's exactly where I'm going, because I feel like they're going to try to do similar things, and I don't like it. You guys were calling for Leona. I would have been cool with Leona or even Thresh in a situation like that as another method to get that Olaf into the back line, perhaps necessarily. But no, instead they're kind of going for that heal, maybe go in support. I'm nervous. I'm really nervous for this orange side, and on the opposite side for the Pro Sailing Club. If they can't pull it off here, I don't know. This is their best chance to do it.
Fully agree. And the bot lane matchup gets worse when you consider things like the Lucian can just dash out of the way of bubbles. He hits like a truck once the Milio is empowering him. It's a tough draft for... and like the pivot just seemed completely unnecessary. The Aurora top, it's a button. It gives you a button that starts fights, but not very well.
All of these games have sort of gone late. And I don't know what a Victor Aurora are necessarily going to do into a Cassante late game, who is just free hitting, and then compounded by the fact that we've got Polemis, right, who can, once those items come online, just melt through anyone with that culling. It's going to be a bit dicey for them. They don't really have a full-on tank, Skullbullet.
They can't go late. Like, going late is not an option for Skullbullet in this situation. And to their credit, they do have a team that can snowball if they get going. And I'm looking at the jungle in particular for that. I'm looking at the impact that Olaf can have, because we talk about all these go buttons that can influence things. Olaf is that one guy who can kind of negate all that in a team fight, still find a way to get on that Lucian, still find a way to shut things down. So that's where I'm sort of looking when it comes to the Skullbullet side, which again, why I really would have liked the Thresh, because the hook pick, lantern him in, boom, bam, boom, problem solved. But it makes it tough to see how this one's going to play out. It's going to be difficult out there, Weapon.
Yeah, fully agree. And perhaps that's the angle that they were looking for on Skullbullet. If Tofu can get active early on the Olaf and actually find purchase in potentially even just the top side, because that's where all the crowd control is, and then he is that point of strength that they're pivoting around the map, then sure. They've also got the Nami on the bot side, who does bring some crowd control. Of course, it can be dodged. So hey, that's who's playing. Wait, that's who's
Earth. We're representing everyone on Earth.
Yeah. Sorry, look, it's my chat camera in the way. We all know that's Perth, but I just
damn right we know it's Perth. Damn right we know it's Perth.
Yeah, not Fremantle. Go Eagles. However, we are, I think, getting closer to getting into this one. Somebody's got to be that one to step up, and I know I pointed out on the jungle side. I'm talking, of course, for Skullbullet. Someone's gonna be the one to step up. You guys, is there a chance for the mid laner though to take over? Is there a chance that we see like Brattles get back in this and be that carrying focus?
On the Victor? Not really, no. I mean, Victor's very much a passive champion, so he is just going to be waiting for that E evolve to come through, and once that does, yeah, he'll be able to match wave clear, but Victor is very much like there's a reason why we're seeing him picked as an AD carry or in the AD carry role in the current meta, is because that's kind of how he functions. He waits for 3 items and then he dumps Chaos Storm on people and they die. But until that point, he's just relegated to playing his lane out.
All right, look, I feel like we're just dumping on the Skull Bullet draft right now, but there's obviously a reason why they went for it. There's a reason why this team was being called arguably the best team in the tournament. There's got to be something that we could like look towards and be like, yes, no, this is where the comp is going to win. This is where they come through.
If the Olaf can somehow sneak through and deal with the Cassiopeia, maybe. I can see that as a world, maybe, but even then you've got the Lucian to back it up.
The thing that happens in League of Legends is just like it's never set in stone. There's a lot of variance. If they can find a lead early, then they can negate all of these draft disadvantages that we're pointing out. So let's see if they can do it.
All right, let's see if they can do it. Let's get into it. Perth Sailing Club. Everyone is in agreement here on the panel that you have the better draft. Everyone is in agreement that you have the veteranship, you have the poise, the mental. But can you do it against the young players looking to prove themselves? 1 game to go playoffs, 1 game to make yourself in that top 4 from Group A. This is it. No tiebreakers here. Let's go to the Rift for our...
Thank you, Max. We're in the final game of the night. As it looks like we're loading on in. And the eyes have to be on the board. I don't know why Lucian already has a bounty. Must have done something. Maybe it carries over from last game.
I want that man's head. They've declared at the start of the game.
Yeah.
No, this is going to be it for Perth Sailing Club. They are looking to cement their ticket to the playoffs, and we'll see if they can do it here. Tofu wants to try and find some early information, but it looks like it's going to be defended, potentially looking for a bit of an invade. Does have Brattles and Wonka, who I will say, like, they have damage. If they are able to find a target with an undertow, they can potentially find themselves a favorable trade, but that is not going to materialize. It is going to mean that Tofu, this is known, but he is going to be able to clear out the top side of the map. Look to split map so that this Aurora has herself a free lane against the Cassante, which is already going to be that winning matchup. And I suppose the expectation is probably that Nami Ashe can at least neutralize the Lucian Milio. But that does not look...
That's a good way to start things off.
Yeah,
half
that's
damage.
not how it usually goes.
Going to be burned on through.
Love a heal.
And also the heal as well. Yeah.
Yeah, we really want level 2 first. And I think that actually is going to be a big deal because that unlocks Bubble.
Yeah. Going to be unlocked 1 minion, I believe. 1 more will do it. And then we'll give them the go button so they choose to take control back in this lane. It looks like it will just be the vertical jungling from both of these teams. Or at least just taking the camps. So it will mean that the Xin Zhao is quite a bit further behind than this Olaf, who really needs to get scaling, needs to get the Hexplate online to run down these carries in the team fight.
Yeah, interesting path here, actually. Decision by Alani to actually go for the... sorry, is it? It's not Alani. It's the other side. It's Tofu. Tofu
Yes.
went for the recall after the 3 camps on the top side, so he is actually going to get a decent advantage, get that extra camp up on the Xin Zhao, who was just able to sneak away the blue and not really felt like he could go for anything else, which is fair because I believe that Ashe Nami was largely winning that matchup. And let's see. What
there we go.
Here? Was this a kill? No way. Oh, we got the overlay back. Wonderful. I thought we were looking at a replay.
Welcome back to the HUD, everyone. As we see these players... Oh, hang on a moment. Wrangle in a bit of trouble. Lox might be having to flash as well. 3-point strike in the land of knock-up. Wind becomes lightning, and Wrangle becomes dust. And that's first blood going on over. Who is it? It is once again Polemus that manages to get it with the double tap on those attacks. And that's a good way to start things off.
And Tahiti, the veteran, finds his way towards the bot side, just doesn't care that he's behind in camps. He's always going to have that early advantage, and Wonka finds a solo bolo up in the top side. We're starting things kind of vicious.
It's spicy. Both these teams, neither of them wants to give up this, right? It is massive implications if either of these teams wins, right? So with everything on the line, they're going to put everything into it all. Let's see this top lane again, it looks like.
Went down. So Q3 was used, and there was already the stack on Halo, so
Yeah.
decent amount of damage. I'm guessing this is E into Q for the execute, or Q into auto, and then, yeah, execute damage, and then had to flash. I don't know if that was necessary. I think that would have been just on the edge, but it hit confirm, so
Better safe
you'll
than
absolutely
sorry.
take that. Yeah, absolutely. Now, this mid lane matchup, we're going to see it. Expected that Braddles will be getting bullied by E-Hop at this stage of the game. As soon as you land that Q, you kind of are expected to lose a lot of health off the back of it until Braddles is able to insta-clear ways with the E. So don't necessarily have to look at that, but he's definitely going to be happy that there was a kill on the top side, less so on how that bot side play went. But looks like both junglers coming off of their resets, looking to start their next clears. We'll see where Tofu ends up, because he probably is going to have a decent run towards that bot side with the way his camps are spawning. With the way that Lucian and Emilio are positioned, could be looking to make his presence felt down in that bot lane in a couple of minutes' time. Flash by Braddles.
Yeah, Braddles forced to flash, and Tahiti catching up on the experience as well after the after that gank bot. So we'll be closing in on level 5. Braddles is very cocky, staying forward like this. Doesn't have flash and just gives over the kill for free.
Dude, what are you doing? Why would you? What?
An all-important game, and you do that.
Yeah, that's tough. Just unfortunate. Did not. I mean, the jungler was always going to be there, but I mean, I think they had information that he was going to be there, but they also had Captain Tofu coming in. I would have to imagine that was one of those situations where he wanted to play up to bait the enemy in, but maybe they just did not know that Tahiti was waiting in the wings, so unfortunately he ended up looking a bit silly, despite the call coming in from Tofu. Now, it is going to convert into a Chemtech Drake, so they at least get to walk away with that one, but you look at kind of the scope of this game, and the way that their composition functions, and with them falling behind, this Olaf is going to become irrelevant very quickly if he doesn't play from particularly far ahead, but also the way that their engage tools work. Ash Arrow, Nami Wave, even the Aurora Ultimate to an extent, all kind of require everyone to be funneled into a particular area to be their most effective, and that requires
a very ambitious play.
Yeah,
burns the Chaos Storm in trade.
Just to quickly finish the point, it requires priority, which you're not going to have if you're behind. That was all I wanted to say. But nice trade of ultimates in the mid lane, and Braddle's going to be happy he walks away with his life on that one.
Absolutely, but might be in a bit of trouble now because Ragnarok is here for Tofu, has the Ghost as well, so they can choose to dive if they want, or at least get some pressure towards the top side. That is where they are angling.
Really want info, I think. I don't know if they caught the positioning of Tahiti, so right now they're just looking for this invade, and I imagine they really wanted to confirm the presence of the Xin Zhao, but they're not going to get it, especially with the bot lane under their tower, and you can see Tahiti is already making his way over to this top quadrant, or this bot quadrant rather, for the blue side, because he knows that his next step, with the pressure that's being put on the bot side, is probably going to be dive.
Yeah. Most likely Grub's up in 45, and we see the ping coming out for that, so they might look for that and maybe alleviate some pressure from that top lane while they're at it. Sort of trusting the Lucian Melio to just continue to scale up, get their items online. We'll have to see, though, what they choose to do.
Yeah, I really thought that the dive would be on the cards, but, I mean, Tahiti knows this game better than I do. Like, he's literally a veteran. He knows that his bot lane is winning, exactly as you say, so he doesn't have to take any risks. He's just taking his camps. He's just moving his way through the jungle, looking for the opportunities. Tofu, also looking for an opportunity here. He is not going to find any. And this goes back to what we were saying about the draft. No hard crowd control. No reliable crowd control even, outside of the Ash Arrow. So while Tofu is fantastic at hitting people in the face, he does not have anyone to keep them still while he attempts to do this.
And can't really contest, at least these first grubs here. Maybe can smite to take one. Never mind, he's going to get completely shoved out of the pit. So 3 grubs going on over towards the side of PSC. That is severely going to help Polemus in that bot lane.
Yeah, they were able to completely just detach Polemus and style away from that bot lane. Bubble lands.
Misses the Petrifying Gaze once again. Arcane Storm doing a whole lot of damage, but here's the backup ready to go. The culling might just find it. Brattle's going to be forced off. The flash to secure it for good measure. 3 on the board for the 80 carry, picking up right where they left off. Wind Becomes Lightning, going to miss this time around.
And that flash blown earlier in this game has netted them 2 kills on Brattles. So massive value just from that one move, and he is just really just taken out of this game. It's only that 500 gold lead, but you expect that to balloon very quickly. But most importantly for Cassiopeia, any amount of gold lead that she gets, any extra gold goes into a Rod of Ages.
Yeah.
So her stacking gets online faster, and she becomes all that more aggressive, especially into something as immobile as a Victor.
Ooh, ECA to stop the back. Not going to find it this time around.
Wonka has the Probo Telt.
I think it's a little bit toxic for the game. I mean, I was talking about with Vestian the other day.
Yep.
And there's a reason they removed Gale Force. I think.
That item is not surviving into the next season.
No.
Not a chance.
Especially with how toxic Mel is, yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing about it is that now that we're seeing mages in the bot lane, and that's probably going to be resolved in the next patch, but they tried to nerf the Chovy belt, the Proto belt, by reducing the amount of AD on it. But okay, eHop's not going to let me finish my point, and it's a good point, I promise. He's got backup
3 mid
in.
though, so yeah, might give you some time.
That's fine. But yeah, the only point I was going to make is that now that we're seeing mages pop up in the bot lane, it doesn't matter that the Proto belt has that less AD. It's still an item spike. So you get that free slot, you get extra gold, so you just get your item spike, and then you move on using that item spike to get the actual good items, and then enjoy your free dash.
And it's cheap as well. It is incredibly cheap.
2,600 gold? Chump change.
Something like that, yeah. Oh, Brattles might be falling on down once again. Flash going to be used to effect this time around. But look at that DFT damage as well. Oh, Tahiti in a bit of trouble, but going to live. Dragon going to be secured. I think an Execute is on the board here for eHop. Unless the ECA hits. Oh, it did hit!
Oh, okay.
An easy snipe from Wrangle.
Gonna keep him relevant in this game. Now, it is actually dead even. So these 2 dragons, despite the fact that it has looked a bit rough for Skullbullet, despite the fact that they did give over the 3 grubbies rather, it actually is relatively even, and these 2 dragons do give them a bit of an angle into this game to kind of keep the pressure up and look for this soul win condition. Now, I didn't quite see what the soul was, so we'll find out if it was good. Here's the arrow. Oh, no.
Oh, perfect arrow.
Yeah, nicely played.
See, I think really it's Ocean.
Is it Ocean?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Not the greatest, I will say. You would have loved to have seen an Infernal with the way your composition is kind of shaped.
Yeah.
On Skullbullet, that everyone brings damage. And Wonka especially, he kind of would love to blow people up at the start of the fight, but Ocean's gonna do something. I think the most important thing it will do for you is actually just force everyone in the same area to contest Drake. Yeah. And
hang on, Brattles.
Gotta hope you're in a good position, but so far you have not really been in that good position.
Brattles keeps wanting to interrupt you this time around. It's going to miss, but the culling available just burns him down, forces the heal. It gives him a bit of pressure, but...
Look, it's Palamus dashing forward and killing everyone. We've seen this movie before. Set to do the same thing. Tahiti is caught. Ooh. I don't know how much damage he actually takes. Nothing meaningful. He's going to be able to go back into his jungle and heal all of that up quite nicely.
Yeah.
But this definitely feels like the point at which SKB need to start putting the pressure on. They have not been blown out of this game yet. They do still have side lanes, or they do have a side lane with Wonka that is able to be fairly competitive. And they need to do more moves like this. Take away more resources.
Invading all the way in here. Might be able to find the red buff while they're at it. 3-point strike, not going to land just yet. Oh, this Ragnarok is just going to run on through, but now the backup is right here. Can they find the kill? Won't be able to. Styled is there to save the day and locks over the wall. Not even going to take the kill. Going to give it on over towards eHop as well. 6 on the board for PSC.
Just so well coordinated by PSC. Good move by the Olaf to try and dive in there, to try and get the kills. You could see the idea. He is at the point where he's strongest, has the Strikebreaker online, but E-Hop just runs interference and makes it so that no one else can be a part of that play. Braddles is locked in the top side on that mid, and the Olaf just overextends and dies. Let's see it again. So where's Braddles? Braddles is here. No, what? Okay, what? Oh, hey,
Paranoia. Nocturne ult.
yeah, didn't know there was a Nocturne ult. Okay, the replay has been lost to time. It's lost media.
Yeah. It's one of those things they'll talk about on forums in 20 years.
Yeah, the legendary OCL replay.
The missing 12 seconds.
Yeah, the missing 12 seconds. I mean, you can just see it on stream. Just go back and watch the Twitch VOD, but
Yeah. That's not as fun.
these people aren't normal. People aren't normally.
True.
It's still
Lemus.
relatively even stuff. Just that 500 gold differential. But again, we have those concerns, Merc, about what happens to SKB as this game goes on. How does their draft function?
Yeah. No, it's definitely going to be something that needs to be answered. Rookern just about online as well for Halo. So when that is, this, I mean, neither of these AP carries here have any magic pen at this point. They don't have the Sork boots. They go on for CDR. Most likely the Aurora as well, just considering how cheap it is. So it's going to be a big nuisance to deal with. When comes Lightning's going to miss. Ragnarok over the wall might try and use that to escape, but has to flash at the end of it all. Baits out the ultimate though. That's crucial in the fight around Herald because it means the Polemus and the Hop might be able to free hit onto this Olaf.
Yeah, now you just don't have any go buttons. You don't have any ability to wade into the fight with the Olaf, so you can see they've walked away. They've decided that this is not going to be their fight. Braddles throws a parting laser, but he is just going to try and go back to the mid wave and catch it. But he also can't really go the scary way because there is a Polemus in his way. Great news though, has E upgrade. So he can farm waves pretty well, he can keep everyone at bay, but that's about all he can do, unfortunately. So we're really looking for that one fight where SKB can get everyone on the same page, have the Olaf running in onto one of those priority targets, keep them busy enough that everyone else can throw damage at them. But I think that just requires that miracle arrow from Wrangle to really happen.
Absolutely will.
Nice flash.
Maybe something else as well forces the flash from start. I will say, I don't want to criticize too much, but I feel like Lox just hasn't had any room to do much over the course of this entire series, right? First on the Karma and now on this Nami. Hasn't had the chance to use the ult. Maybe this fight will make the difference here as they're fighting around. Miasma, they're trying to get an early kill. Gonna have to dive on in soon to try and get something. There's the tidal wave finally coming on in. Is the steal possible? No, it won't be this time around. Diving in towards the back line. Willy Wonka gets out to safety for the moment. Culling gonna finish off the kill. And there's one. And it will just be everyone retreating to safety, taking the objectives otherwise, as they do get Soul Point.
The start of the fight looked great. It might actually extend here as Tofu's gonna... He says that's my crab. It is not. But the start of the fight looked great because they were keeping them at bay. They had the Ashe sort of just poking them out and not really overcommitting. And then, unfortunately, Wonka tried to pull the ult and I think he bounced through to the other side and unfortunately just got cut down. The benefit is that they did get that soul. But overall, largely well played. The rest of it just kind of comes down to how this composition functions. Like, how do they work? This is about as good as it gets with the tidal wave hitting 4 members. But then you can't really...
Doesn't even get through the shields.
Yeah, you can't really punch through the Cassante. You don't really get to access the key targets through the Miasma and through the Cassio damage.
And this is the weakest point that this Lucian's going to be, right? This is only 2 items at this point. Tofu will get 1 kill here. That's a good kill. How much more can they get off of it is the question. Might just be that.
Yeah, and this is often the fallback plan that you always go to in League of Legends. And as an analyst as well, you kind of look at a team that's fallen behind and say, okay, picks. It might actually just be that. Yeah. Because of the fact that they have the Ashe. She's that single target, like you hit that one target from a decent way away with the arrow and then Olaf charges in and gets the kill. But that requires so many steps to happen, and PSC have done a great job of making sure they always have a buddy with them to make sure that that pick doesn't happen.
We see these champions continuing to scale here. I mean, 2 items for Angle can definitely output some damage, but onto who is the question, right? You don't really want to be in melee or that close range that Ashe has up against something like the Cassiopeia, right? You don't want to have that up against someone like the Xin Zhao, right? You definitely don't want to be close range against a Lucian, as we see now exactly what happens in that situation. Look at Wrangle's health. It is finally traded back, though. A good pick, and Willy Wonka will get it. The TP as well as the bubble's a little bit late on the TP, but a good, solid pick there, and that's exactly what they need to do.
Nice. I mean, that's exactly what I was saying. These picks, you want to try and find that one target who's just that little bit out of position, and it doesn't matter that you have to layer a lot of your ultimate crowd control abilities, because the 2 key ones are always going to be the Nami and the Ashe Arrow. You just rinse repeat that on cooldown as... Oh, Wonka, that sucks. Nice dodge.
Might even still be able to find it, perhaps, in between worlds. Gets him out to safety for the time being. The Proto Belt as well, tanking and doing so much damage. And he's going to trade one back. Might even... Oh, no, won't be able to escape with the Crescent Guard. But even still, a good, valiant attempt.
A good job trading back the kill against a 3v1 dive. Didn't quite have any other tools besides that Proto Belt, but was able to get the reset and get the hop away, and then that did force the ultimate out of Tahiti. And now those pick tools that we talked about, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and that Tidal Wave, now back up and available. We're going to see that dive again. Wonka just did not know that there was a snake waiting in that bush. He even, I think he was channeling his W when he tried to go for when the miasma hit him. So insta-cancel, didn't quite have that ready and available because it was on cooldown. And then E-Hop dives to the tower, and yeah, we've seen this one before. Nice by Alani or Tahiti rather. Keep calling him the wrong name, to know that he was only going to get that kill by channeling the ult, so he did it, ripped the cord, and got it. Well played.
Yeah, well played still across even. The board here. It's still even in the gold, and E-Hop is closing in on that Archangels, and it'll be a Seraphs immediately once it is purchased as well, so can add a lot more to that fight when it is available. Will it be before Dragon fight? It's an all-important objective. You've got to imagine E-Hop has to retreat either back towards the river or, recalling and then somehow getting back in time. Is leaving it quite late. We'll have to see. Is a big chunk of damage on towards Wrangle. Good catch, and it forces the flash.
And that's before the dragon has spawned, and really good move by Tahiti. Overload on the mid lane so that they can guarantee priority, they can guarantee setup, and now SKB are scrambling. Dragon is spawning. This is the one they want. This is where they win the game if they get it. But they just don't have the angles into the fight. They're just going to have to walk in with this Olaf, and it's going to be an awkward proposition.
It's an awkward position. They could just give this up. They have a lot of time to work with. Do they pull the trigger in a disadvantageous situation? That is the question. Or do they risk the 50-50 and potentially this whole thing completely turning on its head? All of it immediately going to be used on towards Halo, but immediately Tahiti falls on down and a massive assassination. Polemis is chunked incredibly low. All Out might be able to find one, but Braddles is still alive for the moment. E-Hop out of position, trying to find something. Soul secured for Skull Bullet.
The massive advantage picked up. Going to be extra healing coming through in the fights. We'll see what they can do with it. If they can keep the fights long and play them out the way they have, then maybe that healing will come in handy. The big thing there, massive stun. I think it was by the Victor on the Xin Zhao as he dove in, had the gravity field ready to go, and the stun came through on Tahiti, who wasn't able to channel the ultimate, wasn't able to get anything else down in the fight, and just got blown up. And then, without that go button, let's see it again. I keep my eyes on how the stun actually happened, because the arrow landed on the Cassante, which is not the target you wanted, and then...
Was it a bubble?
It was a...
Oh, no,
it was the gravity field.
It was the gravity field.
Yeah, I thought it was the gravity field because that was the only thing that would have worked. So he was just on it long enough, and it was really well positioned by Braddles that he was on it long enough that the stun came through, and then had another one to zone out the rest of the members. And a really well played fight. Despite the fact that we had criticisms of this draft, we had questions about how it would function down the stretch, how their go buttons would come through. they are managing to piece out these fights bit by bit.
And now with this Ocean Soul online, it's going to get even more difficult for PSC to take this cleanly. They've got some heal cut available. It's just on Polemis for the time being, so not as reliable as you'd hope.
Definitely not. Definitely want Wrangle to get that next item completion, but the other one I'm looking at is going to be that Death Dance on Olaf, because that's such a broken item, but it's also going to increase his survivability in this game, in these fights, especially with the way that they're looking to play the fights with the Olaf diving in there. Having that ability to reset the bleed passive on that Death Dance is going to be so big for his survivability. So if they can get more gold on Captain Tofu, use this time that they brought themselves with this Baron, they can keep extending this game out. With this Ocean Soul. But Baron definitely is going to be a consideration as well. If they can look to find a time to get on that objective.
And crucially, another Halo's TP just burned to dissuade an attempt towards the mid lane there. So won't have that if they decide to try and bait out an objective towards this Baron and then use that to set up for a potential Elder. Have to see what they do. Polemis in a lot of trouble, diving in towards the back line. Is he able to get the kill in time? He isn't. The healing is clean from Styled, and the dive immediately fails.
Yeah, just way too eager on the dive. I don't even know if it would have been worth it if you've gotten the kill, but another situation where Tofu's just far too overcommitted and had to try and salvage something out of the play. Play probably didn't need to happen in the first place, but he does go for it, and unfortunately does pay for it with his life. Really do want to see that Death Dance on the line before he starts to try and make more aggressive plays, but Baron started up just straight away. So we'll see the play again. It's just an overcommit. Nice dodge by Polemis. And then Wonka tries to get the damage down. Unfortunately, the E missing is going to be very relevant here. And that last little bit of the W not quite finding Polemis definitely would have made the difference as well. So game of inches for Polemis surviving. But there is a contest on the Baron as we go to live.
Yeah, they are absolutely going for it, but they actually get it. And they're all going to get out at the same time. It's daylight robbery. And
PSC.
now, can they escape the jungle? Is the question. Willy Wonka's looking for something. Doesn't have the ult available. E-Hop might be in trouble. Has the slows available. Polemis. ECA is going to land, but it's only on towards the tank. They can't find anything after that, so all 5 will escape with the Baron buff.
Yeah, all they can do is buy themselves a little bit of time. It looks like Olaf is going to take that mid tower, so they're going to get a little bit of something back for themselves, but that's really all they get. They can continue to pressure this top tier 2 as well. At least get plates. They're definitely keeping them honest on SKB, but we haven't really seen that knockout blow from either of these teams. It's been a brawl.
Yeah, this is completely different to what we saw in game number 1. In every sense of the word. Gold is still practically dead even.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it has come down to the way that these fights look. The way that you only really have that one signature go button on either side, or one significant go button. Either Tahiti or E-Hop. Does he get this? No? Yeah, he gets the ult.
Worlds Between might save a little bit of time. Flash, not going to land it just yet. And there's no Rylai's to continue those slows. So we'll escape, burning the Flash for Flash. And the Ghost.
Nice work going band for band. At least gets the Flash out from his opposite number, but that Ghost will be back up off cooldown probably before the next fight. Teleport being channeled.
Halo's in trouble. Has the all out to get to safety if he so chooses. Doesn't get over the wall, but will be able to escape anyway.
The most damage that Cassante took there was from himself.
Yeah. But losing the all out right before Elder is going to be very, very impactful here. 30 seconds until that spawns, 50 until this Baron runs out. So they've got some time to get these lanes pushed.
Yeah, and push they have. They have priority. And this is something PSC have been so good at. What?
E-Hop's nowhere near the fight.
Nowhere near it. But they just want priority at this stage. They know that all they need is push.
Polemis
jonked.
In a bit of trouble. Has to burn the barrier already.
He's going to have to reset.
A whole lot of healing.
He definitely wants to reset, but I don't know if he has the chance to. They might have to
go
give this
straight
up.
For
no
this.
Way.
Are they going to give up the Elder in such a contentious game. I think they have to. What the situation we find ourselves in. 28 minutes, Elder Dragon secured for another 230. And now...
I think that
wow.
So it's a gamble. It's definitely not an ideal situation for PSC, but I think they've made the gamble that, one, they can play the map like this, with E-Hop just pushing down the side lanes and trying to avoid confrontation, maybe trade off segments of the map, but also that there just isn't going to be enough engage that they can force on you. But right now, like they have everything they need to pull the trigger, and they're probably just going to do it. With the Elder damage, it's probably going to be enough, but they're keeping them at bay so far.
The wave clear is not great, especially now that the culling is gone. It's just the 4 of them for the moment. E-Hop's got the AirPods in. He's all the way still up in top lane. Arrow going to connect, but the Pathmaker blocks for the moment. The inhib's going to fall. I can't imagine they go too much further than this. Finally, the recall's coming in from E-Hop. They're still posturing for something here.
More?
Maybe now is where they choose to back off now that the wave is gone. Inhib down. And a bit of a miscommunication there from PSC.
Yeah, that Elder Dragon acting like a Baron, getting him a lot of real estate in that bot lane, means that they can continue to pressure this map, and they still have all their tools available. It was just the ECE used, actually. But they do still have the Aurora ultimate if they do decide to pull that trigger. I don't know if they quite have the damage to one-shot through the Cassante and the Cassiopeia, but certainly the squishier targets will bear the brunt of it and probably go down. But smartly, PSC have managed to fend off this assault, and they've actually been able to play it at range that they don't really lose a lot other than that bot lane inhibitor.
And credit to Skullbullet for playing to their outs this game. You know, we talked about it briefly, but you know, all around these objectives so far, they've just been controlling it so well.
Yeah, I really had doubts about this team going out of that first game, but they've really shown, I think, why we rate this team so highly. It still has been a bit of a disappointment in the draft department, but the way they've navigated this game has been very, very good for the tools that they've been given, and they've been finding the opportunities. And now, with that ECA, as you say, and the tidal wave often available, and that dragon ticking down, they could look to find an angle into the fight. With the top lane pushing, they do have top priority. They can look to send the Aurora mid, and I think they want to do look for another fight in the corridors of this jungle where they can use those tools to their best advantage.
Elder Dragon's going to expire 30 seconds until that Baron. Might be the next battleground that we find ourselves immersed in. As Polemus, 4 items, but hasn't really, despite the kills, hasn't really had the chance to get as much impact as that Yunara from last game. It's really been the sort of the Tofu and Aurora show here, even though the scorelines don't necessarily reflect that.
Yeah, definitely. And E-Hop as well, I think, has been doing the lion's share of work, as Tofu's just poking with axes. He's not going to be able to find anything. Wonka, though.
Oh, big engage. In a bit of trouble here. Tahiti forced to burn the ult. Same as that Melio. And now the in-between world. Big chunk of damage. And the Chaos Storm is growing bigger and bigger here. Braddles almost falls on down. But that's a third. It covers the entire lane. And it's just up to Halo. All out. Goes. Looking for the first. We'll be able to claim one. But not much more. Tahiti going to be left alone to watch the base crumble, and Skullbullet almost assuredly will take this game,
think they've done it.
Draw this series, and Perth Sailing Club, they are not locked into playoffs just yet. They have a tiebreaker ahead of them.
Skullbullet get the chance to play spoiler against PSC, who really did want to win this game to lock their playoff chances, but as you say, they will not get the chance to do it. Skullbullet, despite the drafts, despite our doubts, they find the fight and they just force it. And Tofu, he's taking a victory lap in the enemy's fountain. He's got to be stoked after this game.
Incredible performance from Skullbullet, coming back from what was a disastrous defeat in Game 1. Now they are tied first with Dream Team as well, so potentially we will have a tiebreaker there to decide who is first in the group as a whole. And Perth Sailing Club, they are not locked in yet.
You don't go sailing in Fremantle. That's why you
Just
stay
like
away from the
Fremantle.
Dockers, man. Look, I gotta bring something up. All right, I think we're 0 for 4 on drafts.
Yeah,
Straight
like
up.
that.
As a collective,
We're
we're
trash.
0
Throw
for
it
4
out.
on the
Throw
road
it out.
side. So
Yeah.
a bit of a crash out there. Looking at that damage, though, my goodness, the top lane. That seems to be where the carry was. And I'm pretty sure none of us spoke about the top lane going into that matchup. All of our focus was on the jungle, on the bot side.
It was very silent for most of the game.
Yeah, I mean, so that was kind of that's fake damage because it's
Yeah.
an Aurora versus a Cassante, and for the most part, you're just going to be hitting that massive health bar. He had the Canik Rookin pretty early, so he was just absorbing a lot of punishment. But it's very true that where we did kind of doubt how this team was going to function in terms of a lack of CC, the one thing they did have was just a lot of damage, and when they scaled, Aurora buttons did a lot of damage, particularly that R button, as did the Victor, and we saw all he had to do was land that one bit of CC, and then they chained the fight, and then that last fight happened, and suddenly they won. Great play by SKB, and hey, they did it.
I think part of it too, though, like I look at the neutral objective control as well, and I think that has to be a big reason why they won. And yes, it's fear of the damage. Yes, it's the fight's not going their way. But it's rare, even in losing matchups, that you see a team get 0 Drakes, only get half of the turrets of the other team. Like, it was pure map control on top of everything else, wasn't it not, Mercury?
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy to see, especially since Captain Tofu, credit to them, had a very solid series overall, right? In the early game on that Jarvan, it fell off a cliff as Lethality Jarvan does, but when it mattered in that early game, was still putting in the work. This time around, was just providing that frontline threat that the Lucian and all of the team had to clump together to bundle their resources and deal with, and that freed up the rest of the team to do everything that they wanted, right? It allowed the Victor to pop off, it allowed the Aurora to get that massive damage in, and I think, a bit of a silent hero of this game.
I mean, perhaps that's why I'm looking at being silent. I don't know. I feel it's hard to be silent when you're playing Lethality, Jarvan, and Olaf. Those are two of the loudest champions in the game. But bringing the attention back to the Perth Sailing Club, we have now seen both the teams that are tied with both them and Cap Weapon. They each have high highs. We've each seen their kind of lower lows. This tiebreaker, who do you give the advantage to?
I actually don't know. I mean, I think PSC feel like the more complete team. They have players who are playing their most comfortable roles. They have veterancy in their shot calling, which is obviously true of the other team, but just that little bit more feels a bit more cohesive. And while we did see a much better game out of, we did see actually kind of domination out of Cap. I was comparing WPT and no, Cap were incredible. I actually don't know how to call that. Come back to me.
All right.
I'm not
you're
either.
up then.
I feel like I have to go for. I have to go for Perth. I'm going to go for Perth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. All right. I think. See, I'm going the other way. I was thinking Cap looked stronger between the two.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
I wouldn't be surprised either way.
Yeah, okay, now we're going back to the neutral thing. This is why you're never going to be a coach in the draft league, because you can't pick anyone. When I go back, though, and looking how these two teams won their respective games, Cap they were so suppressive, and they were so playing the map well. And yes, you could say the same thing, perhaps, with the Skull Bullet and how they won their game, but I don't feel you can say the same thing about the Perth Sailing Club and how they won their one.
They clawed that game back.
Yeah, definitely on both counts. Are these standings updated?
No.
I believe not after this series. Yeah, crucially, Skull Bullet have still not lost a series this entire tournament.
Very impressive. I mean, they just did it, right? They've
drawn, but they've never lost.
Oh yeah, true. I'm picking up what you're putting down, but I think you said that they hadn't dropped they'd been 0-2s the whole way, right? Like a
no, they've either won or drawn this entire. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at
I
that.
think we're all updated. Yeah, so we got 2 tiebreakers here in Group A. There's going to be a very, very exciting group. I still stand by my thing. I think that the winner of this tournament will come out of this group.
can we take a look at Group B real fast, production? I want to jump over to Group B because that's also kind of being sorted right now. And there's something very important I want to kind of bring up about Group B. Well, I'm sure it'll come up.
Can we do it? I mean, what's your point? Let's hear it.
Whoever
Tell us
is
to me.
before I was saying if you are stuck in the essentially if you're stuck in the top seed, you're going to have problems against either Cap or Perth Sailing Club, and I stand by that. I weep even more for whoever the third and the fourth seed is in Group B right now.
Yeah,
Because you
Forever
don't even know who
Blessed
you're
and
against.
QAQ.
You're looking at those two teams. It's just, I feel bad for Group B.
Yeah, these teams. Oh, it's gonna be rough.
Yeah, and on the other side, right? Like, is this we're gonna have a tiebreaker? I think. I don't know how it's gonna shake out in terms of the top spot in this group, but the only experience I've had with the Dream Team was getting like kind of swirlied by Skull Bullet, and the only real bright spot for them, I think, was Heine in the jungle, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's an interesting group because we have a not so threatening top speed, and then everyone below that, regardless of who gets through out of Perth Sailing Club and Chinese Agricultural Product, terrifying.
It might not be the top seed anymore. Scoble could take it away with that tiebreaker. So now
Absolutely could,
all of that hype, all that buildup is like, who's going to be that number 4 seed in Group B? I'm almost thinking like, yeah, well, doesn't matter because they're probably going to get Skull Bulleted to the head, and that will be that. It's just, I don't know. Group A biases aside, this group was terrifying. I still think we're going to get that rematch of Skull Bullet and Dream Team eventually in the finals. They're kind of what I'm leaning at. But I think that we're looking at our semifinal here as well. I haven't seen Chudlings play, but if they're in third in this group, then they've got to be ridiculous.
Yeah, looking at that lineup, that's Rila, Aquilin, Saw, Erder, and that's firepower.
Yeah. I mean, that's a team that can take it to the top 2 in this one as well. I don't think we're
Potentially, yeah.
I feel bad. I didn't name their captain Zayla, but that's the whole team brings firepower. So there's a reason they're third in this group, and as you say, it's a very strong group.
Strong group, and it is scary. Now, look, I do have some sad news though for everybody who is looking to tune in tomorrow and see how Group B is going. No stream for tomorrow. That is the word that is being given to me right now. Do apologize for that. But it's what it is, which does mean, yeah, the reason why we're talking playoffs, that is going to be the next stream. That's going to be next week. And
Oh boy.
yeah, it's going to be, don't really even know the matchups. I don't even know what the game plan is for the tiebreakers. Like, are those going to be played throughout the week? Are we just going to force them in,
I'm not sure.
2 hours?
I'll have to find
the players
out.
settle themselves? That's exciting.
The only thing I can say is probably just stay tuned to the Discord and the website.
True.
Probably show up there. Production,
The social media.
if production could let us know, that would be awesome. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they shape out, because especially there are some big ones we're being told next Saturday.
Next Saturday? Oh, so tie breaks next Saturday,
breaks next
quarterfinals
Saturday.
on Sunday? That could be a fun way to do it. But I
Playoffs
mean,
starts
definitely
next
the playoffs
Saturday.
are Saturday. Oh, I'm being told. Okay, I was told they're not streaming the tiebreaker. I think we find a way.
No,
I think we
if,
find a way.
if
We
you're on a
sneak
team,
into the lobby. Sneak into the lobby.
yeah.
yeah, like if you're on a team and you want like someone to cast it, like just I don't know, hit someone up.
I'll boot up the stream. We'll figure it
Yeah.
out.
I
be
think all of
scuffed.
us would be willing to. I think all of us would be willing to. But look, we've got some updated standings. It is on the website for you to take that bigger look at it. The conclusion for Group B, by the way, it did finish with the tie. So QAQ and Hungry Hippos, they got a tiebreaker to play. Cap and Perth Sailing Club, they have a tiebreaker to play to qualify. And then Chef's Choice and the Lamb of God, guess what? They tied as well atop Group B. So they also have a tiebreaker for the number 1. It's just ties all around.
Group B for tiebreaker.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was off the top of the dome,
Yeah.
That's why we do it. That's
yeah,
why they
there
pay
you
us the
go.
big
Yeah.
bucks.
Yeah.
Also, TLG forfeit the tiebreaker. So, yeah, congratulations to Chef's Choice. They are the number 1 seed.
Okay.
Honestly might be good for them to avoid first seed.
No, because then you get the Chudlings.
Yeah,
So,
true. It might be a little bit difficult for them.
There's no winning option for
Yeah,
Group B.
yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get. It's all.
Somewhat bad or like dumpster fire chance. Yeah.
Oh, also, wait, no tiebreaker? Wait. What
Wait,
team would
even Perth
FF
Sailing
themselves
Club?
out of the playoffs?
I think at this
spot?
point we just say stay tuned for updates.
Yeah,
Yes.
stay tuned. It'll all
Yeah.
work out. Look, there are admins smarter than I working on this stuff, so I think we are going to get ready to wrap it up. And I am being told that the sailing club has sunk. The ship is sunk.
Oh no. That's tough.
Fremantle is not bringing it home. The Dockers are terrible, and
More like fail mantle.
yeah, exactly. Unlucky. So yeah. So Cap goes through. Dream Team, I believe, has just been told first seed. Yeah, no tiebreaker. So what happened to Group B? What happened with the Hungry Hippos?
I don't know.
This is
Disappointing.
Yeah, this
I
speculation.
believe the Perth Sailing Club did that.
Yeah.
Oh man, and Hungry Hippos also were 1 point down against QAQ, so QAQ goes through. Hungry Hippos do not. I feel like you guys have you ever seen The Matrix when the guy starts like pulling everybody out and just wiping people out?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what's happening right now. Everyone's just getting unplugged in front of our eyes and eliminated. So there you have it. Dream Team #1 seed. Cap gets through instead of Perth Sailing Club. Chef's Choice #1 seed. QAQ gets through instead of the Hungry Hippos. That means Dream Team QAQ. It means Skull Bullet Forever Blessed. It means the Lamb of God versus the Chudlings. And it means Chef's Choice is Cap. That's going to be the quarterfinals, if I understand things correctly.
Very fun. Very fun. Very keen for these matchups. Finally get to see some cross-group play, and these are some incredibly strong teams. It's going to be competitive.
So do make sure you tune in next week. Get on that, and on that note, we're going to be signing off. So thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you, Mercury. Thank you, Weapon. Thank you, Production. We'll see you next weekend for the quarterfinals.
See.